The Honorable Malema.
Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and members of the House. The Parliament of South Africa, since the dawn of democracy, has had many speakers of the National Assembly, all charged with ensuring that this arm of the state performs its mandate of crafting legislation and holding the executive accountable. To be Speaker of the National Assembly is a role that comes with a great responsibility, one that requires the ability to distinguish between serving the political organization that deployed you as a member of parliament and serving the constitution to which you take an oath once you are elected speaker by a majority in this house. That oath is owed to all 400 members of this house and to the public who elected them, not merely to the party that put you here as a speaker. Unfortunately, over the last 15 years, a culture of prioritizing the party and the elected president over the constitution and oversight has come to characterize those who occupy this office. It began with Ms. Baleka Mbete, who presided over a parliament that received its first scathing rebuke from the Constitutional Court for failing to adhere to the recommendation of the public protector regarding what is now popularly known as the Nkandla scandal. Under Baleka Mbete, the then President of the Republic was shielded through a refusal to allow Parliament to conduct its oversight role through secrecy and through violence, using the deployment of security personnel against unarmed members of Parliament, including women who were violently assaulted for demanding accountability. At that time, we were not quick to act because we believed she could still be reasoned with, but this proved futile. She has since, years later, come forward to confess that she regretted her actions and admits that she did not conduct herself in a manner consistent with her oath of office. That confession changed nothing. The damage had already been done, and it is this country that continues to carry the consequences. Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula followed in her footsteps and was a speaker who carried open disdain for members of parliament who raised the Phala saga in this house, calling us names and equally deploying security personnel to assault us, members who dare raise the matter. It was under Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula that this parliament conducted an unconstitutional and illegal vote to suppress the Section 89 independent panel report into Phala, which found that the president may have violated the constitution by bringing foreign currency into this country without following our laws. The report went further. It said that there was prima facie evidence that President Cyril Ramaphosa was subsequently have abused his office and state resources in trying to recover that foreign currency after it was stolen from him. Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has since appeared on a podcast where she expressed regret for her conduct as a speaker, yet we remain stuck with the consequence of her actions. Chief amongst this is the current Secretary to Parliament, who was irregularly appointed under her watch and has since been awarded salary increases that amount to nothing less than the theft of public money. It was her recklessness in suppressing that report that has left us saddled with the very Phala conundrum to this day. Had she simply allowed the matter to be referred to impeachment committee, as the constitution required, would have impeached Mr. Ramaphosa long ago and moved on as a nation. She too regretted her action, but that regret does not undo the harm this country has suffered. Ms. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭, the current speaker, now forms part of this generation of speakers who put president first and the constitution second. Not only has she dragged her feet, but she has actively failed to execute her responsibilities in defense of the oversight duties of Parliament. This 7th Parliament has, under her stewardship, been the most secretive since the dawn of democracy, with the Speaker controlling matters in a clandestine manner. She does not consult and she manipulates political parties in her efforts to protect the president. On occasions, despite her attempts to appear sophisticated about it, she has misled the public. And when we raised our concerns, she deployed Parliament's communication machinery in response, granting multiple interviews that offered multiple conflicting versions of the same story. When President Cyril Ramaphosa filed papers to take the Section 89 Independent Panel Report on review, following the Constitutional Court judgment that Parliament must establish an impeachment committee to test whether President violated his oath of office, the Speaker, as the head of Parliament, did not oppose that application. Similarly, when Mr. Ramaphosa filed an interdict application to stop the impeachment committee from doing its work pending the outcome of his opportunistic review application, the Speaker again decided not to oppose that application. These two instances are a grave abdication of duty because the Speaker, as head of the legislature, is ultimately the custodian of the Section 89 Independent Panel Report and ought to defend Parliament's process from being compromised and halted by the executive through the judiciary. She has failed to do this because she is partisan. All of these partisan decisions can be traced back to the fact that when Parliament voted on whether to establish an impeachment committee, the then Member of Parliament, 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭, voted no and was part of those who voted illegally. Now, as a Speaker of the National Assembly, her attitude towards this process remains no, because she does not want the president held accountable. She did not want accountability then, and she does not want accountability now. What makes matters worse is that the Speaker ignored the legal opinion given to her, which said she must oppose the president's review application and instead went on to seek a legal opinion from the law firm of a former ANC official, one that merely affirmed she will accept any outcome of the court process without filing any argument in defense of Parliament and its work. We must also say this plainly. We keep telling the former liberation movement that they are one of party majority rule in Parliament, in provincial legislature, in municipal councils is over, and that they remain in denial because they are refusing to accept this reality. It is precisely this denial that makes the Speaker's conduct look acceptable when it is not. If this 7th Parliament fails to confront this behavior, it risks becoming a permanent feature of Parliament that no longer commands majority and that cannot be accepted. It is for this reason, and in terms of Section 52, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that the EFF files this motion of no confidence because Ms. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 is not fit to preside over a legislature whose role and constitutional responsibility she is not willing to defend. We call on all political parties to appreciate this, that she has exhibited partisanship at a critical moment in our democracy, when we ought to be showing that no one is above the law, and this includes the president, no matter how powerful the political party that deployed him to that office. Ms. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 must go, and she must go now. I thank you, Chairperson.
Since Floyd has left, the quality of debate has dropped.
She's going nowhere.
Order, honorable members. I now hand over the presiding to the Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Ntuli is the next speaker.
Honorable Ntuli, you are next on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all honorable members. Deputy Speaker, the motion of the EFF is calling for the removal of the Speaker of the National Assembly at the very moment when the integrity of this institution is under the sharpest scrutiny it has faced in years. It is our firm view as the African National Congress that this House considers not only this motion for this debate, but its facts, the law, and indeed the implications. Let us first remind ourselves of where we stand in our constitutional history, because this motion cannot be understood outside that particular and important context. Section 89 of the Constitution grants power to the National Assembly to remove a president for a serious violation of the Constitution and the law. Serious misconduct or inability to perform the functions of office is one of the most consequential and the first of its kind in our constitutional democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, for years it existed almost entirely on paper. The National Assembly had no rules to give practical effect to it, no committee structure to process it, no circuit practice to guide its proceedings. The Concord in 𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿 judgment found that this assembly had failed to hold the then president accountable and that no rules existed to give effect to Section 89 of our Constitution. That judgment was the beginning of the establishment of what we now know as Section 89 rules. Perhaps and most importantly, let us set out the facts as they are and not the caricature offered by the EFF in its campaign for the removal of the Speaker. The Speaker's own explanatory affidavit before the Western Cape High Court sets out that record in detail, and let me make specific references to it. On the 8th of May 2026, the Concord handed down its judgment on the matter between the EFF and the Speaker of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Speaker acted without any hesitation to ensure that the National Assembly fully complies with the directive and the order of the Apex Court. On the 11th of May 2026, 3 days after the judgment was handed down, the Speaker formally transmitted the panel report to the President of the Republic in writing, informing him in the same letter that the report will also be referred to an impeachment committee as the court had ordered. On the 12th of May 2026, the report was published for the information of all members. On the 13th of May 2026, the Speaker wrote to every political party in this House requesting nominations for members of the impeachment committee with a deadline of the 22nd of May 2026. Accordingly, all political parties met that deadline. On the 25th of May 2026, the committee's 31 members, drawn from 16 parties in proportion to their representation in this House, was appointed and published. And 6 days later, on the 1st of June 2026, the committee held its first meeting and elected its own chairperson. A day later, on the 2nd of June, the Speaker referred the panel report to the committee, formally activating its mandate under Section 89 rules. That is 25 days from the judgment to a fully constituted impeachment committee. No delay tactics, no constitutional abdication or obfuscation. A Speaker moving with urgency as required under Section 237 of our Constitution, demanding all constitutional obligations to be performed diligently and without delay. It was actually the President, not the Speaker, exercising his constitutional right and enshrined in our Constitution, who legally intervened which introduced to the effect the pace, which impacted on the pace and the substance of what the committee can and cannot do. On the day the committee was constituted, the President launched a review application asking for the court to set aside the panel report itself and to invalidate any parliamentary steps taken in pursuant of it. And days later, his attorney also wrote to the Speaker asking that the committee's formal inquiry be stayed pending the review. The Speaker's response, which is on record, on the very same day she received the letter from the President, refused to grant the president's request. In her letter to the president, the speaker emphasized that committees determine their own working arrangements in terms of Rule 167, subsection F, and that she has no powers to interfere with the work of the committee, as the Constitutional Court itself indicated that once seized with the matter, the committee performs a distinct investigative function and retains control over its own proceedings. That is the record. A speaker who complied with a binding order within days, who kept the process moving, who, when the president sought to halt the process, she refused and upheld the independence and principles governing the workings of the National Assembly. Why is the EFF and its allies in this House completely indifferent to this objective reality? The record shows that the speaker who tried to keep the assembly within the four corners of his constitutional obligation. Number one, comply with the court order. Number two, constitute the committee. Number three, refer the report. And then, of course, step back at the committee, step back and let the committee, not the speaker, personally carry the constitutional obligations forward. This brings me to the heart of the legal complaint underlying this motion, that the speaker's decision to file a notice to abide rather than to formally oppose the president's urgent application to halt the committee's work. The EFF in its motion indicates that the decision offends Rule 2026, which requires the speaker to act fairly and impartially, and that she acted in a partisan manner in violation of her constitutional obligations. Madam Deputy Speaker, in reality, the opposite is actually the truth. Fairness and impartiality do not require the speaker personally to become a litigant against the president in every matter before the assembly. They require her to ensure that the correct constitutional actor, in this case, the impeachment committee itself, which is the body properly seized with the Section 89 inquiry, is able to make its case fully and without any interference. That is exactly what happened. The committee opposed the president's interdict application on its own papers and in its own name, as it was entitled and equipped to do so. And that happened without any objection or interference by the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Speaker did not abandon that fight altogether. She supplemented it. She filed an explanatory affidavit to assist the adjudication of the matter before the court, and the steps she had already taken to comply with the Concord judgment and as well as her obligations. The Speaker's own affidavit is very candid about why she states plainly that given that the committee sees with the matter and will itself report back to the National Assembly on the outcome of its processes, it was necessary at that stage to allow the committee the space to deal with the matter in accordance with its own mandate. And she expressly notes in the same breath that the committee had already elected to oppose the president's application. That cannot be construed, even by a stretch of imagination, as the speaker's abdicating her responsibility and therefore acting in a partisan manner as alleged by the EFF. The speaker did not contradict the committee's position. It is in the principle the same position aimed at supplementing and complementing the arguments of the committee, because the speaker's constitutional role in this process is not identical to that of the committee. And it would have been improper for her to pretend otherwise. It must be noted that by law, to abide by the court's ultimate ruling is not to concede the merits. This motion asks us to remove a speaker, not for defying the Constitutional Court, not for halting an impeachment inquiry, not for shielding a president from accountability, but for choosing a legally different, a procedurally sound way of assisting a court to understand the perspective, complementary roles of the two constitutional actors, both moving towards the same destination, which is the compliance with a binding judgment of our apex court. If we remove a speaker, Madam Speaker, every time a losing party in a legal dispute dislikes how she understands her own constitutional and institutional role, we will have created a precedent far more dangerous than anything alleged in this motion. we would have told every future speaker that their security of tenure depends not on lawful conduct, but on satisfying the loudest voices in the room on any given day, whether rational or irrational. This will plunge this institution, the National Assembly, into chaos and create a constitutional crisis. We cannot allow the EFF strange way of thinking to prevail. It is dangerous, it is unsustainable. This assembly has created the Section 9 committee, which is on powers as defined in the rules 168 of the NA rules, which litigated in its own right, exactly stipulated by Section 23 of Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask this House to firmly reject the motion and the politically gimmicks of the EFF. And the ANC stands on record before the National Assembly and the people of South Africa that we are firmly opposed to this motion, not only because it is against the Speaker, who happens to be a member and a leader of the African National Congress, but because the facts before us and before the people of South Africa confirm that to decide otherwise would be a dereliction of duty on our part as members of the National Assembly, and we will be acting on the basis of wrong information and wrong understanding of what precisely constitutes the task and the responsibility attended to the Speaker of the National Assembly. I do want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable 𝐶𝐿 𝐷idiza, enjoys the support of the African National Congress, and I am convinced, as the Chief Whip of the ANC, that she too
Thank you,
also
Honourable
enjoys
Thuli.
the support of all members who elected her in 2024. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honourable 𝐼𝐶𝐬𝐵. Honourable 𝐼𝐶𝐬𝐵.
Honorable Chairperson, siyiqembu lomkhonto wesizwe sisukuma ngokungananazi futhi sifuna ukusho kuzwakale futhi kucace ukuthi siyaseseka isiphakamiso sokungathenjwa kukaSolomo wesishayamthetho sikazwelonke uHonorable 𝐶𝐿 𝐷idiza. Phecelezi, we rise in full support of the motion of no confidence in the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable 𝐶𝐿 𝐷idiza, tabled in terms of Section 52, subsection 4 of the Constitution. Lokhu asikwenzi ngoba sizama ukususa uchuku noma ngoba siqhuba ipolitiki yamaqembu. Sikwenza ngoba sikhathazekile siwumkhonto wesizwe ukuthi ngabe lendlu yePhalamende isayisikhungo sikahulumeni esizimele ngempela na, njengoba kubekwe under uSection 42, subsection 3 somthethosisekelo, noma sesiphenduke nje isandiso seLuthuli House. The office of the Speaker is not ceremonial. The Speaker is the guardian of this House's institutional independence. Ngokuka Section 55, subsection 2 and Section 89 kweConstitution, eminye yemisebenzi yakhe njengoSpeaker ukuvikela igunya lePhalamende nokuqinisekisa ukuthi uhulumeni ophethe uyaphendula futhi nokuthi uyaziphendulela iningi labantu. Akumeleke lokhu kuthanjiswe noma kuhlehliswe ngoba nakhu kungahambiselani noNomzana uLamaphosa kanye nomshado wakhe awakhe neDA noma neGNU yakhe. Yingakho-ke siwumkhonto wesizwe party sithi uHonorable 𝐶𝐿 𝐷idiza wehlulekile ukusimela njengosomlomo wesishayamthetho sikazwelonke. When the President of the Republic approached the Western Cape High Court to interdict a constitutionally mandated impeachment process flowing directly from a constitutional court order, he made Parliament the respondent. In that moment, there was no neutral ground. The Speaker had two options: to either defend his house or abandon it. Please protect me. Please protect me from the ANC.
Honourable member, just pause for a moment. Minister
Wait,
Mantashe,
Mantashe, I'm misbehaving.
Honourable members, please mute your microphones. And I'm
Speaker,
speaking
can I also
specifically-
just raise a point of order?
Awathula Magole.
Our member was distracted more than 3 times, Speaker, and you did not say anything.
Honourable member,
The
that is my
speaker needs more
discretion. I
time.
am now intervening. Honourable Reddy, you have not been recognised. Do not activate your microphone if you have not been recognised. I am requesting all members to mute their microphones. Minister Mantashe, please mute your microphone. Honourable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, please proceed. I see there is, right, that hand has been lowered. So Honourable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, please proceed.
Thank you, House Chair. The Speaker had 2 options: to either defend this House or abandon it. She chose to abandon it as she filed a notice to abide. Abiding is not imperiality, it is abdication. Honourable members, an explanatory affidavit is not opposition. Assisting the court is not defending Parliament. When the executive seeks to freeze Parliament mid-function, a speaker who abides is not being restrained. She is capitulating. Secondly, she rejected her own institutional advice. This was not an error in a vacuum. The Speaker had before her sound, independent legal advice that she herself commissioned, which recommended unequivocally that Parliament must oppose the President's application. She set that advice aside. And in doing so, she instead leaned on counsel from an attorney whose own political history includes serving as former Treasurer General of the African National Congress, the very party of the sitting president who stood as an applicant. We make no aspersions on that individual's personal integrity, but for a speaker whose legitimacy depends entirely on the perception and reality of independence, the optics are constitutionally intolerable. She sought comfort from the ANC-aligned council rather than from the institutional advice that told her plainly, defend this House. The House defended itself despite having a speaker. What makes this indefensible is that this House's own Section 89 impeachment committee understood what the Speaker did not understand. By an overwhelming majority, that committee, chaired by Honourable Ghana, resolved to oppose the President's interdict application, guided by the same core principles the Speaker's own advisers had identified. A process mandated by the Constitutional Court cannot be suspended at the instance of the very person whose fitness to hold office is under investigation. The committee therefore acted to protect Parliament, but the Speaker did not. We now have the untenable position where a committee of this House must defend Parliament against the executive, while the Speaker of this House refuses to. This is a pattern, not an incident. Honourable Chairperson, we have seen this instinct before. In December 2022, the House voted to block any Phala inquiry altogether, a decision the Constitutional Court later declared unlawful and irrational. That unlawful shielding was overturned by the courts. What we are witnessing now is the same shielding instinct reasserting itself through quieter means, not an outright vote to block accountability, but a presiding officer's refusal to stand up for the institution that she leads. Selokhu kwaqala lolu daba lePhalaphala, siwumkhonto wesizwe phathi simi nje ephuzwini olulodwa lokuthi akekho umuntu ongaphezu komthetho kulabo abaphethe izikhundla zombuso, sisho naye uSpeaker kanye nomongameli wakhe uMnumzana uRamaphosa. No office bearer is above scrutiny under Section 89, and no speaker may use neutrality as a license to protect the executive from the consequences of its own conduct. Umuntu akavuni akutshalile. We have heard the defenses offered, that the Speaker complied with the Constitutional Court directive and that criticism is a false narrative. That filing an explanatory affidavit is sufficient, that the IFP and the ANC believe that the threshold for removal has not been met. We reject that defense in its entirety. Compliance with the order to establish the committee does not license abandonment of the committee when it comes under legal attack. Discretion exercised in favor for the executive at the direct expense of Parliament's institutional standing is not discretion, it is dereliction. And when the Speaker forfeits her ability to be seen as an independent, she forfeits the confidence of this House to preside over it. Honorable Chairperson, for these reasons, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party will vote yes in support of this motion of no confidence. We do so not out of hostility to Honorable Didiza as a person, but out of fidelity to a foundational constitutional principle. The Speaker of this House must answer to Parliament and to Parliament alone. A Speaker who will not defend Parliament against the presidency cannot preside over Parliament. Fa Speaker a sa kgone go sireletsa seriti le boikemelo ba Parlamente kgatlhanong le kantoro ya mopresidente ga a tshwanela go etela Parlamente pele. Sengiqedile ngizovala ngelithi sukuma mntomusha uzilwele ngevoti lakho. It's time for young people to occupy their space by voting for the party on the 4th of November. Gwaza and staff, I thank you. Gwaza Mkhonto.
Members of the MK, please mute your microphones. We now proceed. The Honourable Breitenbach. I see there is a hand raised. Before you proceed, Honourable Breitenbach. Honourable Maduna, what is your point of order?
No, thank you, Speaker. I want to call a point of order.
Please proceed.
I think yes, I want to call a point of order. It's for the second time now, the honourable members from MKP making such noise, and you have not told them.
Suga.
Please, can you?
Honourable member.
Is not going.
Awuhlale phansi Maduna, hlala phansi, hlala phansi.
Honourable members.
Bengibangumsindo nina la sithulile, benibangumsindo umani kithi.
Honourable 𝐿𝐿
Go to school.
mute your microphone. You have not been recognized.
I didn't say anything, Chair.
Honourable 𝐿𝐿, but you were unmuted. All members,
Never,
please
Chair.
mute your microphones. If I name you 3 times, you will be removed from the platform. Honourable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, that point of order is out of order because you're supposed to raise the point when the transgression apparently occurred. The member chooses to raise it after. That is out of order.
Honourable Reddy, the Honourable Member could not raise the point before I recognise him to raise the point, and it was such an absolute mess and noise with the MK members all unmuting that I could not recognise him. So please, the members, control yourselves. Chief Whips, please exercise discipline. We are working on a virtual platform, and it is extremely difficult to hear everyone because I cannot see all of you. So Honourable 𝐿𝐿, Honourable Mutaung, the matter has now been closed. I have now ruled. Do you have a new matter that I will recognise? Honourable Mutaung. Honourable Mutaung, I cannot hear you, and there are no more hands. We will now proceed. Honourable Breitenbach, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, we meet today to debate a motion of no confidence in the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honourable Toko Didiza. Let me begin by saying that this is an important motion, and it deserves to be treated with the seriousness that the office of the Speaker and this Parliament demands. Currently, and in the past, the Democratic Alliance has not hesitated to criticise the Speaker when we believed she had fallen short of the standard expected of her office. And there have been numerous occasions when we have done so. Most notably, we have voiced serious reservations about the Speaker's conduct in relation to the litigation brought by President Ramaphosa seeking to interdict the work of the Section 89 Impeachment Committee. The Speaker's decision to file a notice to abide rather than actively opposing the President's application raised legitimate questions about whether Parliament was sufficiently defending its own constitutional authority and independence. The impeachment committee itself had resolved to oppose that application. This was not a trivial matter. Parliament is not merely another litigant. It is one of the foundational institutions of our constitutional democracy. When Parliament's constitutional processes are challenged, the institution must be prepared to defend those processes robustly and without fear or favour. The Speaker's office therefore carries a particular responsibility to ensure that Parliament is never perceived to be subordinate to the executive, and certainly not to the interests of any political party. Also, the Speaker must be the Speaker of the whole House. That means protecting the rights of the majority, but equally protecting the rights of minorities and opposition parties. It means allowing vigorous debate, even when that debate is uncomfortable. It means ensuring that the executive is properly held to account. And it means protecting the institutional independence and dignity of Parliament. There are, therefore, legitimate concerns about the manner in which the Speaker has executed her responsibilities. We have also disagreed with some of her decisions on the prioritization of matters for debate and on the manner in which Parliament responds to urgent matters of national importance. These concerns should not simply be dismissed.
Honourable 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿. Honourable Breitenbach, please pause. Honourable 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, you have now again unmuted, and there is a noise in your background. This is now your final warning. My apologies, Honourable Breitenbach. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. These concerns should not simply be dismissed as political criticism. A healthy democracy requires Parliament to scrutinise its own performance, including the performance of its presiding officers. But, honourable members, a motion of no confidence is a very serious constitutional instrument. It should not become a convenient political weapon whenever a party disagrees with a ruling or decision of the Speaker. The question before us is not whether the Speaker has made mistakes. She has. The question is whether those shortcomings are of such a nature and magnitude that this House should conclude that she has fundamentally failed to discharge the responsibilities of her office and should therefore be removed. On that question, the Democratic Alliance's answer is no. We do not believe that the case has been made. The Speaker has, notwithstanding our disagreements with her, continued to facilitate the constitutional work of this House. Following the Constitutional Court's judgment concerning the Section 89 process, she established the required impeachment committee. She referred the relevant matters to it and put the necessary parliamentary processes in place. Parliament has, in fact, proceeded with the work required by that judgment. That matters. Because we must distinguish between disagreement with a particular decision and a fundamental inability or an unwillingness to perform the functions of the office. Those are not the same thing. We should also be careful not to create a dangerous precedent whereby every controversial decision by a presiding officer becomes grounds for removal. If we do that, we diminish the authority of the office itself. The Speaker must be accountable. The Speaker must also be permitted to exercise the discretion and judgment inherent in that office, without facing a threat of removal whenever one or another political party disagrees with her. That principle is particularly important in a multi-party parliament. The Democratic Alliance will continue to hold the Speaker to account. We will continue to challenge decisions that we believe are wrong. We will continue to insist that Parliament defend its constitutional powers. And we will continue to insist that the Speaker act impartially, fairly, and independently on party political interests. But accountability does not require us to support a motion simply because we have criticisms of the incumbent. Our responsibility is to make a sober judgment about whether the threshold for removal has been met. We believe it has not. Honourable members, South Africans have entrusted us with an institution that is central to their democracy. They expect us to disagree. They expect us to argue. They expect us to hold one another to account. But they also expect us to exercise judgment. The Democratic Alliance will therefore not support this motion of no confidence in the Speaker. The decision should not be interpreted as an endorsement of every decision she has taken. It is rather a recognition that the remedy proposed by this motion is disproportionate to the shortcomings identified. We will continue to scrutinise the Speaker. We will continue to defend the independence of this Parliament. And where we believe the Speaker gets it wrong, we will say so, firmly, clearly, and without fear. But today, in the interests of the institution we all serve, we will not support her removal. I thank you.
And I invite the Honourable 𝐴𝐵𝐵.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Public office is a public trust. We recall this testament from the late Honorable Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Public office is entrusted to us in service of the Constitution, our democracy, and ultimately South Africans. The IFP therefore welcomes scrutiny of the Speaker, but accountability must itself be grounded in evidence. The Speaker has duly implemented the Section 89 Constitutional Court judgment. She constituted the impeachment committee, referred the independent panel report to it, and put the institutional and administrative machinery in place for its work. When the President threatened the Speaker to halt this process in his review papers, the Speaker did not bow down to the President. The impeachment committee continued to operate independently and resolved to oppose the President's application. The Speaker has not abandoned Parliament's accountability process, nor has she prevented the committee from exercising its mandate independently and without favor. However, we appreciate their concerns against the Speaker, which this House should not dismiss. The Speaker has obtained legal advice from the State Law Advisor, which concluded that she was under a duty to oppose the President's review application. She nevertheless chose to abide. The IFP does not contend that a legal opinion is binding, nor that seeking further advice is inherently improper. The Speaker is entitled to exercise independent judgment, but where she departs from expert advice obtained in relation to the constitutional obligations of her office, the standard of accountability must rise. More importantly, she must recognize that departing from clear legal advice on a matter of this magnitude creates legal and institutional vulnerability. A second supporting opinion justifying her decision to abide does not by itself remove that risk. Our Constitution requires this House to exercise oversight and ensure accountability. The National Assembly rules require the Speaker to protect the effective, transparent, and accountable functioning of the House and to act fairly and impartially. Those standards must apply to the Speaker herself, but they must also apply to this motion. The evidence does not establish that the Speaker abandoned the impeachment process, protected the President from parliamentary scrutiny, or failed to implement the Constitutional Court's judgment. In fact, it shows the opposite. We therefore distinguish between conduct that deserves scrutiny and conduct that warrants removal. The former has been demonstrated. The latter has not. The IFP will therefore not support this motion. To invoke the words of the Honorable Minister V.F. Hlabisa, I quote, "Leadership must set an ethical tone, leading by example in every action and decision," close quote. We will continue to ask this of the Speaker. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you, Deputy Speaker and colleagues on the platform. Deputy Speaker, let me articulate why the PA is confident that this motion will not carry. This is just a whole lot of noise created by the sponsor of this motion, and we have to cut through those noise because this is not about accountability. It's purely about vendettas. It's a political theater dressed up as constitutional oversight. Deputy Speaker, the rules demand a properly substantiated charge. And the EFF is giving us nothing but hot air and manufactured outrage. You cannot remove a speaker on vibes. I've never seen that before. We've seen this movie play out before, Speaker. Weaponize motions, destabilizing institutions, manufacture crises, all while South Africa is crying out for stability, for safety, for jobs, and so forth. What does the EFF bring us? Absolutely nothing. You see, Deputy Speaker, that the Speaker is entitled to due process. She deserves to respond to allegations and not be ambushed by political grandstanding. We cannot reduce this parliament to a circus, Deputy Speaker. We stand on governance based on facts and guided by principles, focus on stability. And this particular motion fails on all three of these counts. So I don't understand why they come with this frivolous motion. It's brought by somebody with a military title, Commander-in-Chief. But he himself can't even win a fight on PlayStation. What makes
On a point of order, Chair.
that is
Deputy
going
Speaker,
to
Deputy
what
Speaker,
make him believe
Honourable Daniels,
that is going
Deputy
to win
Speaker,
this
on a
battle
point of
to have
order.
the speaker removed?
Honourable Daniels, please
Yes,
pause. There's a
Deputy
point
Speaker.
of order. Honourable Mautwe.
You see, Deputy Speaker, I warned about this earlier. Having non-matriculants debating a very complex matter of science and technology. Now we're having this illiterate one also speaking about things he's got no idea what he's talking about. He's not speaking about the motion. He's busy attacking the leader of the EFF and the EFF. But we're exercising our duty as members of parliament to hold the executive to account. So he's not debating what is on the table, Deputy Speaker. Remove this person from the platform, please. He's reducing us to a mockery. People are laughing at us as if these are the leaders who are leading you in parliament and this is how they are debating. And he's consistent with his behavior, Deputy Speaker. We can't always honestly continue tolerating this behavior of PA. It was DA earlier on, now it's PA. These things of AAAs are a problem.
Honourable Mautwe. Honourable Daniels is participating in a debate on a motion. I would caution members, however, not to make personal insults. That would be in breach of our rules. So please refrain from going that direction. Please debate the matter at hand, but refrain from personal insults. Honourable Matthys, what is your point of order? Is it a new one? Because I have now ruled.
No, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No, it's not a new one. He must withdraw. You didn't ask him to withdraw. You asked him to refrain. What he said, he must refrain. We are not debating the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, here. We are debating something that we have a constitutional right to do so. So he must withdraw that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Matthys, I have not asked the Honourable Daniels because there was no specific request that a specific utterance was offending the member. So it was a general utterance, so we will now proceed. Honourable Daniels, please proceed.
No, Deputy Speaker, it wasn't a general utterance. And we are asking that you intervene and you also protect us as members of Parliament as well. He must withdraw, please.
Honourable Mautwe did not refer to a specific utterance that was made. She made a general comment that the Honourable Member on the podium is now not talking about the motion and is being insulting. And she herself also said, the Honourable Member, it is typical, this is what you get if you don't have matric. So that in itself is also offensive. So can we please proceed? Honourable
No,
Daniels.
Deputy Speaker, we're not going to proceed because you didn't withdraw on that, but I'm raising a different matter. I indicated that it's a different matter. I said we are asking that he must withdraw because that is not part of the debate and it is a personal attack. And if he wants to, he must bring a motion here. If he wants to debate members of other political parties and leaders of other political parties, we have to debate something serious. He must withdraw it, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Matthys, I have now ruled. You also are well aware that in a procedure, you do not debate. In terms of the rules, you do not debate a ruling. That was my ruling. You can now write to the Speaker, the Office of the Speaker. It can be taken to the Rules Committee. But I have now made my ruling and we will now proceed. Honourable 𝐿𝐿. I am not entertaining any further matters on this particular ruling. I have now ruled and you are now out of order yourself. Honourable 𝐿𝐿, on a new matter, not on the one that I have just dealt with.
It's on a new matter, Deputy Speaker.
What is the new matter?
I want to assist you, Deputy Speaker. That Street Fighter of the PA said
that the commander-in-chief are being referred to in military terms and he can't even win a PlayStation match. Now, our commander-in-chief doesn't need to play PlayStation. He's the leader of the 4th largest political party. That is a respect. So for him to say that, he needs to withdraw that.
Honorable Ntlangwini, that is not a point of order. That is a point of a debate. And I'm not going to entertain it any further because the EFF...
But Deputy Speaker, we're not
Honourable
debating
members,
people,
Honourable
members of
Matthys,
Parliament here. We're
please
debating
mute your
a motion
microphone.
of no confidence in this.
Honourable Matthys, you are now, in fact,
And surely we should also
interfering
have a
in
one
the
against
motion of
you
no
if you can't
confidence.
even
Honourable Van Wyk,
guide us correctly as a
Van
Deputy
Wyk,
Speaker.
please mute your microphone.
You are disrupting your motion.
Honourable Van Wyk, I have not recognized you. Honourable Van Wyk, please mute your microphone. Honourable members, Honourable Van Wyk, I am still on the floor. Mute your microphone. I have not recognized you. I have not recognized any of the other speakers now. You can carry on. You are now interfering in your members' motion. So we can carry on with this, or we can proceed with the motion.
No, Speaker, we can carry on.
Honourable Van Wyk, I did not recognize you. Honourable Mahotwe, I have ruled
Thank you, Deputy
on your
Speaker.
point of order.
I have a different point
would
of
you-
order, Deputy Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member said that the commander-in-chief and the leader of the EFF can't even win a PlayStation. That is very offensive, and we request your indulgence on this point, that he must withdraw that statement. It's offensive and it's unparliamentary. And we're requesting you, Deputy Speaker, to ask the member to withdraw that comment. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mahotwe. I will allow that based on the fact that you were the original person who submitted this point of order. Apparently not being able to play PlayStation is critical and it is an offence. But yes, so Honourable Daniels, will you then withdraw that the Honourable leader of the EFF cannot win a PlayStation game?
His name is Honourable Julius Malema, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
We know who the leader of the EFF is. Honourable Daniels.
Deputy Speaker, I never knew it was going to be a contestation or a bet.
Honourable Daniels, I ask you to
whether
withdraw
Honourable
or
Malema
not.
can win a PlayStation fight, but for the
Honourable
sake
Daniels, just withdraw. Do not debate it. Withdraw or not.
I will withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We will now proceed. Honourable Van Wyk, I'm not allowing this matter further. It has now been dealt with. The same with Honourable Mente. We will now proceed. Honourable Daniels, your time is activated again.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, having looked at this motion and the sponsor of this motion, it gave me full confidence that this motion will not carry, because I don't see the substance in this motion. And even if I had to ask my 13-year-old daughter, she would have said, Daddy, I don't know why they're bringing this motion to National Assembly. And that is the substance of the intellect behind the sponsors of this motion. Those who genuinely care about this institution shall reject this motion in the same manner that the Patriotic Alliance vehemently and unequivocally to reject this motion with the contempt it
On a
deserves.
point of order, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Tambu.
The member has equated the intelligence of a member of parliament who's the sponsor of this motion to the intelligence of his 13-year-old daughter. You must withdraw that.
Honourable Tambu, that is not a point of order.
But Chair,
Obviously, with Honourable Tambu, I am now ruling you out of
He's as
order. We
smart
will
as
now
his child.
proceed.
How is
Honourable
that, Chair,
Tambu, we will now
parliamentary?
proceed. The next speaker is the Honourable Dena.
Baraad, Speaker, die kern van hierdie mosie het geen behoorlike grondslag nie. Die feit dat daar 'n interdik aansoek was en dat dit toegestaan is nie op sigself 'n inbreukmaking op die skeiding van magte nie. Was dit 'n interdik aansoek deur 'n lid van die uitvoerende gesag om 'n gewone vraesessie of 'n wantroue mosie te stuit, sou dit noodsaaklik gewees het vir die spreker om te opponeer, want dit sou 'n direkte aanval op die oorsigrol van die parlement wees, maar dit is nie wat hierdie is nie. Hierdie gaan nie oor normale oorsig nie. Dit gaan oor 'n bestraffende proses ingevolge artikel 89 van die Grondwet. Die konstitusionele hof het dit duidelik gemaak dat die nasionale vergadering nie self mag besluit of die onafhanklike paneel se verslag substantief of prosedureel korrek is nie. Met ander woorde, dat indien die verslag genoegsame prima facie bewys van artikel 89 oortredings vind, lei dit outomaties daartoe dat die president in 'n staat van beskuldiging geplaas word, tensy dit deur 'n hof tersyde gestel word, en daarom was daar 'n hersieningsaansoek. Die parlement is nie die outeur van die verslag nie, en mag nie bloot sy mening oor die juistheid daarvan uitspreek nie. Daarom is dit verstaanbaar en nie vergesog nie, dat die spreker besluit het om by die hof se beslissing te berus, sonder om die aansoek namens die nasionale vergadering te opponeer. Die hof moes beslis of daar onherstelbare skade aangerig sou word, indien die verrigtinge van die komitee onverpoost voortgegaan het, alvorens uitspraak oor die hersieningsaansoek gemaak word. Dit gaan dus nie oor die ontduiking van aanspreeklikheid nie. Dit gaan oor 'n regsproses wat die oorsprong en geldigheid van die komitee se werk kan raak. Desnieteenstaande, as ons wil verwys na die algemene funksionering van die parlement, moet ons eerlik wees met mekaar. Is daar probleme in die nasionale vergadering? Ja, daar is. Is die nasionale vergadering onder leiding van die agbare 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐤 perfek? Nee, dit is beslis nie. Daar is ernstige tekortkominge, sommige met historiese oorsprong wat nie behoorlik aangespreek word nie. Openbare vertroue in die parlement is op 'n rekordlaagtepunt. Wanneer verslae sloer, wetgewing vertraag word, petisies swak hanteer word, geld gemors word en daar steeds onbeantwoorde vrae oor die buitensporige salaris van die sekretaris van die parlement gevra word sonder antwoorde, word openbare vertroue in die parlement verder geskend en moet die spreker en ook ander voorsittende beamptes meer doen om dit te herstel. En is natuurlik nie slegs die spreker of ander voorsittende beamptes se optrede wat die publiek se vertroue in die parlement as instansie skend nie. Dis ook die gedrag van partye soos die EFF en die MK wat hierdie instelling te dikwels in 'n sirkus omskep, soos wat ons amper sopas weer gesien het. Maar ons stem nie vandag oor 'n mosie van wantroue in die spreker oor die algemene funksionering of wanfunksionering van die nasionale vergadering nie. Ons stem vandag in 'n ongegronde mosie, 'n oorlewingstaktiek van 'n irrelevante party wat politieke punte in die aanloop tot die verkiesing wil aanteken, en ons sal hulle nie daarmee help nie. Ironically, the very party that has done so much to undermine the credibility of this House now brings this motion, a motion that is unsubstantiated and hypocritical, and therefore we cannot and will not support it. I thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Trollip.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Action SA has repeatedly raised our objections at how Parliament and the Speaker have handled the current Section 89 impeachment process. We too believe that the Speaker should have opposed the President's interdict application. However, this does not mean that her choice to provide an explanatory affidavit instead is grounds for her removal through a motion of no confidence. Disagreement with the presiding officer's decision does not automatically constitute grounds for removal from office. Section 52(4) of the Constitution and Rule 28 provide for the removal of a Speaker by resolution of the National Assembly and set out grounds on which removal is sought. Neither provision establishes that a Speaker can be removed simply because members disagree with the decision she has taken in exercising her responsibilities. Removing an elected presiding officer is an extraordinary step, and Action SA does not believe that the Speaker's decisions in this matter meet the threshold to justify her removal, especially as the duly constituted impeachment committee had already opposed the interdict. It is not necessary to use a sledgehammer to kill a fly, and in this particular case, the opposition to the interdict was in any event overturned in the Western Cape High Court. In this regard, we would do well to recall the motion of no confidence brought by the selfsame EFF, ostensibly on the selfsame grounds against the previous Speaker in March 2023. Except then, the EFF tried in vain to use a motion of no confidence against the Speaker because she had them ejected from Parliament for their threatening and unparliamentary behaviour. Using the decision of the Speaker not to allow a secret ballot when voting on the Section 89 independent panel report on the impeachment of the President in relation
to the sordid Phala saga was a fig leaf to serve their own parochial interests. We agree that the blind loyalty of the ANC and their dogged defense of their president then and now is wrong, as did the recent Constitutional Court ruling. This, however, cannot be conflated to serving the interests of one political party over the interests of this parliament. If we expect impartiality from the Speaker, it can then never be that matters of certain parochial interests that they should then succumb to subjectivity rather than objectivity. The danger with this and the previously defeated motion of no confidence by the same mover is that if acceded to, it could set a precedent that a speaker can be removed willy-nilly whenever a political party disagrees with a ruling or an institutional decision. This is precisely why we should be wary of using motions of no confidence as a political weapon. The EFF has repeatedly sought to use motions of no confidence to turn parliament, legislatures and municipalities into theatres of instability rather than endeavouring to resolve issues through debate and due process. This motion holds a risk of distracting us from the real focus, which is to hold the President to account without any further unnecessary delay. The President must account for the undeclared dollars and exact quantum that was stolen from his farm. He needs to explain why they were stashed in a couch as opposed to being kept fully accounted for where ordinary South Africans normally keep their legitimate assets. He also needs to account for the actions related to the investigation of the theft, the arrest of the thieves, and the retrieval of the said foreign exchange outside the lawful SAPS provisions. We therefore reject the motion. Equally and emphatically, we demand that the Speaker acts impartially in facilitating the uncontroverted and fully independent parliamentary impeachment process without any further delay. Thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Lekganyane.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate and commend your leadership and the leadership of the Speaker of the National Assembly and many other women in the Republic of South Africa who are doing well in their leadership assignments. The motion that brought us here today, Honourable Deputy Speaker, questions the leadership of the office entrusted to the Speaker, Honourable 𝐾𝐭 Didiza. Like a true cadre and a product of our glorious movement, Honourable Didiza has habituated democratic values and has undoubtedly demonstrated her intent to uphold and defend these values by courageously bringing the motion before this House for debate. It is only profound, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that we thank Honourable Didiza for her unimpeachable integrity, for if it was someone obsessed with office or power, she would have tried to suppress the motion. She would have squealed and bellowed on every platform, risking her reputation and values. As the 𝐾𝐭 Didiza that we know, that we admire and adore from the African National Congress, she stood by her firm moral convictions and ethical standards. We want to thank you, Honourable 𝐾𝐭 Didiza, the Speaker of this National Assembly, once again for exhibiting quality leadership and showing what women can do when they are given an opportunity to lead. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the paradox we face is that it is this month declared in our annual calendar as the month of women, that the debate on a motion to remove a female leader from office is happening. And the motion is brought by those with chauvinist, androcentric, patriarchal and misogynist predisposition. We debate this motion having perspicaciously understood that the emancipation of women is not an act of charity, but a fundamental necessity for the revolution.
Lekganyane, please pause for a moment. Honourable Mente, You have a point of order. Please proceed.
Yes, Speaker. Mr. 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭 here just called us misogynist and chauvinist pig. He must withdraw that.
Honorable
must withdraw
𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭,
that.
Honorable
It's a
Mente, I will
direct
deal with Honorable Mente, I will deal with that. Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭, have you just said that?
Yes, I said the motion was brought by those with a chauvinist, androcentric, patriarchal, and misogynist predisposition.
Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭, that is not parliamentary, although it is not directed at one person, but I do believe that you should withdraw that.
I withdraw immediately, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Please proceed.
That the emancipation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, the guarantee of its continuity, and a precondition for its success. Secondly, we debate this motion as a tribute to the gallant generation of the 1956 women and their remarkable accomplishments against a stubborn and inhuman regime that sought to dehumanize, exclude, and disenfranchise them. We look back with pride, Honorable Deputy Speaker, from Honorable Frene Ginwala, the first Speaker of the National Assembly, and Honorable Naledi Pandor, the first Speaker, female Speaker of the NCOP, and all those other women, to the current generation of Honorable Tokoti Disa, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and Honorable Tsipane Mtsweni, who is the Speaker of the Chairperson of the NCOP. We debate this motion in remembrance of 𝐾𝐨𝐲𝐵 𝐼𝐻𝐻, the legitimate leader of the Bakoni ba Matala Thaba in Limpopo.
You forgot 𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐻.
Who was removed
Honorable
from
Pambu,
office.
I have not recognized you.
No, Deputy
Who
Speaker, I
was
thought he
removed?
forgot
Honorable-
𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐻.
Honorable
I was just
Pambu,
assisting.
Honorable Pambu, you are out of order, and this is the first time I am now calling you. The third one, you will be removed from the platform. Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Maotwe, is it a
Yeah,
point of order?
What exactly is he out of order for? Because he was just saying the honorable member was mentioning the speakers of parliament, and perhaps he genuinely forgot to mention Member Pisa Ngakula,
Honorable
and he was
Maotwe.
just reminding him. So how is it that he was
Honorable
out of order,
Maotwe,
Deputy Chair? I
you
just
are
want you to
quite-
help me out.
I will help you.
Okay.
Honorable Maotwe, you know full well that when we are in a virtual sitting, well, even in the House, you first have to be recognized before you speak. And Honorable Pambu just spoke. The intention, whether he wanted to help the honorable member at the podium, does not carry any weight. What it is about is disrupting the speaker. Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭, please proceed.
𝐾𝐨𝐲𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐭, who was removed from office in the 1950s by the belligerent, impudent, intransigent, and impenitent apartheid racist regime aided by collaborationist dissidents. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the motive and politics of this motion are an open secret unmasked by William Shakespeare centuries ago when he wrote in Henry VI, to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞, that, open quote, hide not thy poison with sugared words, close quote. This motion is a sustained onslaught against the African National Congress by encircling voracious vultures and hounding rapacious hyenas who want to eviscerate and scavenge and have the African National Congress left feeble. And we want to expose these devious machinations to delegitimize the ANC, unsettle its leadership of the GNU, and derail its strategic objective. We repeat the call to hide the poison by smattering prudential leadership and ethical standards. We expose the fallacy and
Honorable
injudicious.
𝐿ekhanyane, please pause. Honorable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, can we get a translation, please? I'm not sure. I can't understand. If I can't, I don't know how the general public will understand some of the words being used here. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, that is not a point of order. The honorable member may use any register in a language that he wishes to. Honorable 𝐿ekhanyane, please proceed. And can I also just caution members, these are frivolous points of order. Please proceed.
The injudicious rationale, which is against the provisions of Section 57 of the Constitution, which empowers Parliament to determine its internal arrangements, proceedings, and procedures. Read together with Section 11 of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which specifically distinguish the different legal standing of the office of the Speaker, who acts on behalf of the House, the National Assembly, and the chairpersons of committees who act on behalf of the committees they lead. Furthermore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Section 23(2)(b) of the same Act, the powers and the privileges, grants committees powers and the authority to litigate on behalf of the National Assembly. All these provisions are read together with Rule 167 of the Rules of the National Assembly. So you can see that with that legislation quoted, the Speaker has not done anything wrong unless we would have wanted her to act against the law. We put it on record, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the Speaker unequivocally declined the request by the President to have the work of the impeachment committee restricted to preparatory work prior to the...
Thank you, Honorable 𝐿ekhanyane. Your time has expired. We now move on to the next speaker. Malinga, do you have a point of order before we proceed? I don't.
Honorable Deputy Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I rise on the point of order.
What is your point of
Rule
order?
26, subsection 4.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, when the members of the ANC are disturbing the Speaker, unmuting their microphone, you are not cautioning them. But when the members of NKP and EFF are unmuting, you caution them. You even gave Honorable 𝐵𝐭 final warning. Honorable Mandashe, unmute his microphone 6 times in this house. You've never cautioned him. So can you treat everybody in this house in a fair manner? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Malinga, I think you have perhaps just missed some of what I have said. I have indeed asked the Minister a few times to mute. So perhaps later on, listen to the YouTube recording, then you will see that. And it goes for all parties. Honorable Swart, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, in a damning judgment, the Constitutional Court found the Parliament had acted unlawfully in not holding the President to account for the Phala Phala scandal. In instructing it to continue with the impeachment, it emphasized that the National Assembly's oversight role over the President lies at the heart of our constitutional scheme. The ACDP agrees, and on Monday, 15 June, following the President's urgent application to interdict Parliament, wrote a letter to the Speaker urging her to oppose the interdict, pointing out that this is an unprecedented impeachment process. And every step of the process must be carefully considered, given the obvious legal and political precedent it will create, as well as the significant public interest in the outcome. Our view was supported by Senior Counsel Makara, who provided compelling reasons to oppose the interdict, concluding that the committee's compliance with the Court's order was not optional. It was a legal and constitutional imperative. These reasons, we believe, applied even more forcibly to the Speaker, where she as primary guardian of Parliament has to ensure that Parliament fulfills its constitutional duty of holding the President accountable. One would then have expected her to stand side by side with the committee chair in opposing the interdict. Instead, we saw a limp-wristed response to abide the outcome, obviously in response to political pressure. This we find deeply disappointing. The Speaker, at great cost to Parliament, obtained her own senior counsel opinion from Advocate Pillay, advising her to oppose the interdict. Clearly not satisfied with this opinion, she then obtained a second opinion from a former ANC official, who obviously advised her she need not oppose. This at further cost to Parliament. Yet many today find this totally acceptable. We do not find it acceptable. The Speaker then aggravated matters by saying publicly she was relying on the committee's legal opinion, not divulging her own senior counsel opinion to oppose the interdict. This amounts to misleading the people of South Africa. Yet this too is acceptable to many today, but not acceptable to the ACDP. This conduct represents, in our view, a dereliction of the constitutional duty to protect the independence of Parliament, particularly when dealing with this unique and very serious impeachment of the President. The public are demanding answers to what happened at Phala Phala, but due to delaying legal tactics have to date been prevented from learning the truth. This, in our view, is plainly wrong. By choosing political convenience over institutional defense, we believe that the Speaker has failed the test of impartiality. For these reasons, the ACDP supports the motion of no confidence.
I want to make sure, do we have a speaker from the UDM? There is no one on the speakers list. Is there a speaker from the UDM? It does not seem to be the case. Honourable 𝐬𝐫𝐫.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are being asked to remove the Speaker of this House because she did not oppose the President's High Court review application and instead chose to abide in the face of the impeachment committee choosing to oppose. The Speaker initiated the formation of the impeachment committee specifically to handle all business pertaining to impeachment. What the committee says about any development in this process must be handled entirely by the committee without the Speaker weighing in with unsolicited opinions. Direct interventions by the Speaker are, in any event, undesirable unless it is to ensure that the rules of Parliament are adhered to. In this case, the committee decided to oppose the review application. The Speaker has zero role in that decision. Inviting her to start pondering what position should be taken on this matter suffers from a fatal internal contradiction. What if in future the Speaker decides to oppose in court the committee's position? After all, litigation decisions are not supposed to be mindless, such as defending or opposing a position simply because the loudest voices say so. Therefore, inviting the Speaker to get involved in this matter when Parliament has chosen a committee of competent MPs to represent it makes no sense. It doesn't need a meddlesome Speaker whose opinion may one day differ with that of the committee and create a bigger constitutional crisis. This and future Speakers must let the committee handle its business and limit their roles to providing the tools and resources for the committee to do the work it has been mandated to do, including opposing review applications. Honourable 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝑖𝑧'𝐭 has dutifully met this obligation. It is also notable that in his initial input, not once did Honourable Malema attribute any of the failures to hold the President accountable to Honourable 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝑖𝑧'𝐭. He referred to previous Speakers of the House. A motion such as this is a judgment call on an individual, and it makes no sense to ask this House to pass judgment on one individual based on the failures of another. That is frankly devoid of logic. It is worth noting that no one complained when the Speaker dutifully passed on every correspondence from the President to the committee for its response, and its response alone prior to this application. The very decision to not accommodate the President's initial request was the committee's, and this decision alone. None of the parties who are complaining today and want us to remove the Speaker had a problem with it then, because they knew, as they know now, that her opinions were not needed. 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐿 supports the work and authority of the committee to drive the impeachment process and rejects this motion. The Speaker must stay put. We reject this motion.
Honorable Mkapani, please mute your microphone. Could I just again ask the UDM, Honorable Nontenja, you are on the platform, but you were muted. Do you wish to speak?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the UDM doesn't have a speaker on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can then move on and we go to Bosa. I see the Honorable 𝐼𝐨𝐫𝐽 is ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is our job as MPs and as lawmakers to continue to strengthen Parliament as South Africa's foremost institution of democratic accountability. And as Build One South Africa, we're of the view that pursuing a motion such as this one, which is unlikely to succeed, doesn't, on balance, advance parliamentary oversight. The office of the Speaker is bigger than any single ruling and than any single decision. And so a motion of no confidence should be reserved for instances where there has been a broader failure to fulfill the constitutional responsibilities of the office. And in this case, this particular motion appears to be largely political in nature, and we can't have a situation where we have frivolous motions like this that waste the House's time. We note that Speaker 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝑖za has complied with the Constitutional Court's judgment by establishing the parliamentary processes to begin with, as it relates to impeachment of the president. And while Bosa has not agreed with every decision that the Speaker has taken, we don't believe the threshold for a motion of no confidence has been met at this point. Parliament is currently engaged in significant accountability processes, which involve the president, and this isn't the time now to then remove the Speaker. The priority now has got to be ensuring that Parliament is able to exercise its constitutional oversight responsibilities effectively. And that doesn't mean that the office of the Speaker should remain unchanged. We have consistently, as Build One South Africa, argued that any member that's elected as Speaker should resign from all senior political leadership positions within the political party upon assuming office, because the Speaker must be seen to be an impartial guardian of Parliament, and it's difficult to fulfill that responsibility while simultaneously serving as a senior political actor within a party hierarchy. We have to note that there's a growing perception that Parliament has become too weak, too politically constrained, and too willing to defer to the executive, especially with the introduction of a new dynamic by the GNU of around 70% of members of Parliament belonging to parties that are participating in the executive, while almost 1 in every 5 MPs is actually a minister. Parliament's rules and culture then have to evolve to ensure that coalition government doesn't come at the expense of accountability, because South Africans deserve a Parliament that legislates effectively, that scrutinizes government rigorously and holds those in power accountable. And that's the Parliament as Bosa will continue to fight for. We therefore, as Build One South Africa, do not support the EFF's motion of no confidence in the Speaker of the National Assembly, and will continue to call for an accountable Parliament. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Marabu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The African Transformation Movement supports this motion of no confidence in the Speaker of the National Assembly. We do so because the Speaker must protect the integrity and independence of Parliament, not shield the executive from accountability. The facts are important. When President Cyril Ramaphosa approached the courts seeking to interdict the work of the Section 89 Impeachment Committee in relation to Phala, the committee resolved to oppose that application. The Speaker, however, chose to file a notice to abide rather than oppose the President's application. This is deeply concerning. The committee was exercising a constitutional mandate to investigate whether there were grounds for the impeachment of the President. Yet at the very moment, Parliament was required to defend that process. Its presiding officer chose not to oppose the President's attempt to stop it. We are told that the Speaker considered legal advice and that explanatory affidavit was intended to assist the court. We acknowledge that explanation, but the fundamental question remains, whose constitutional interest was the Speaker defending? The President had his legal team. The impeachment committee had its legal position and resolved to oppose the application. But the Speaker, who is supposed to protect Parliament as an institution, chose not to oppose the President. This is not about whether one supports President Ramaphosa or opposes him. It's about whether Parliament is independent enough to hold even the President accountable. The Constitutional Court has already reminded this Parliament that its constitutional duty is to hold the executive accountable. We cannot have one standard for ordinary public officials and another standard for the President. The Speaker must serve Parliament, the Constitution and the people of South Africa, not the interest of the governing party or individuals in the executive. The ATM therefore supports this motion. We need a Speaker who will defend Parliament when Parliament is challenged. We need a Speaker who will protect the constitutional principle of accountability. And above all, we need a Parliament that is not shield for those in powers, but a watchdog over those in powers. The Constitution must be bigger than the ANC, the Constitution must be bigger than the President, and the Constitution must be bigger than the Speaker. For this reason, honorable members, the African Transformation Movement support the motion of no confidence to the Speaker. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, I greet in the name of peace, love, respect, and unity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members and beloved family of South Africans, 𝐿-J∞ rises to reject and vote against the motion of no confidence in our respected Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable 𝐶𝐭 Didizia. Since her appointment, 𝐿-J∞ is of the view that the Speaker has demonstrated fairness, objectivity, and respect for the parliamentary process. Her role requires impartiality.
Honorable Ismail Musa, please pause for a moment. Honorable 𝐷AGMO, you raised your hand. Is it a point of order?
It was a mistake. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I was just wanting to enthusiastically support the Speaker, and I put up my hand by mistake.
Yes, that's another icon. Thank you very much. Honorable Ismail Musa, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Speaker. 𝐿-J∞ firmly calls for stability, functionality, and constructive oversight in Parliament. We recognize the Speaker's work together with the Department of Public Works in facilitating the continued functioning of Parliament and ensuring that parliamentary sittings remain accessible and effective for all members. We further acknowledge the efforts to secure the dome for plenary sittings while the rebuilding of Parliament continues. Ensuring that Parliament remains operational during this period is essential to our constitutional democracy. We also commend the Speaker for setting aside time to commemorate the adoption of our Constitution and for representing South Africa on the international stage. These responsibilities contribute to strengthening the dignity and standing of Parliament. And I think just like many of the other parties and members, 𝐿-J∞ does not see sufficient merit in this motion. The allegations presented against the Speaker, in our view, are unsubstantiated and appear to arise in part from a misunderstanding of the Speaker's procedural duties and constitutional responsibilities. The Speaker must remain impartial. We cannot support a motion that, in our assessment, does not constitute a genuine and sufficiently substantiated accountability measure. We further believe that the Speaker was correct to abide by the decision of the Cape High Court and to respect the authority of the judiciary. Parliamentary accountability is fundamental to our democracy, but so too are fairness, due process, institutional stability, and respect for the separation of powers. For these reasons, 𝐿-J∞ rejects the motion of no confidence and will vote against it. Let us protect the integrity and stability of Parliament and ensure that our work remains focused on serving the people of South Africa. In conclusion, to my respectable Madam Speaker, 𝐶𝐭 Didizia, stand strong. Viva 𝐿-J∞, to also viva the Honorable Speaker of Parliament, 𝐶𝐭 Didizia. I thank you. Malibongwe.
The NCC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The NCC rise in support of this motion because our Constitution does not permit neutrality where the independence of this House is at stake. Section 42(3) tells us plainly that the National Assembly exists to represent the people and ensure government by the people. Section 52(2) commands us to maintain oversight of the executive and hold it accountable. These are not optional courtesies. They flow from Section 1(c), which entrenches the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law as founding values of our democracy. The Speaker sits in that chair not as an extension of the executive, but as the guardian of this House's independence from the very government it is duty-bound to scrutinize. Yet when the President moved to interdict the Section 89 impeachment committee, the very body this House constituted after the Constitutional Court struck down Rule 129 as constitutional, that committee itself resolved on June 18 this year to oppose the President's application and formally asked the Speaker to stand with it. She refused. She filed papers choosing to abide by the outcome, leaving Parliament's own impeachment process undefended in court. At the precise moment, the executive sought to halt it. Honorable Speaker, that is not impartiality. Impartiality would have meant letting the committee fight without obstruction. What we witnessed instead was silence dressed up as neutrality, while the very process meant to hold the President accountable was left to stand alone. A Speaker will not defend this House's authority under Section 89, cannot be trusted to defend it under any other. Section 52(4) exists precisely for this moment, to let this Assembly remove a Speaker who no longer commands its confidence. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mahlatsi.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the PAC of Azania.
Honourable Mahlatsi is before the PAC. Honourable Mahlatsi.
Oh, I thought it's UAT.
Right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. 𝐬𝐮𝐻O, Ma-Africa. This motion.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Honourable
Minister.
Honourable Mahlatsi is always after PAC. It's a mistake on your part.
Let me just check with the table. Honourable Minister.
It is.
We will just check that, but Honourable Minister, it is, I think you are correct, as I recall that it is first the PAC, but please proceed, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mahlatsi, my apologies, but you will have your opportunity after the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania opposes the motion to remove Ms. Thoko Didiza as Speaker of the National Assembly. The Speaker's decision not to actively oppose President Ramaphosa's interdict application and instead to file an explanatory affidavit assisting the court was an indisputable exercise of institutional neutrality, not a betrayal of it. A Speaker who positions the National Assembly as an active litigant against the head of state rather than allowing the properly constituted impeachment committee to deal with the matter risks dragging the presiding office itself into partisan battle. Indeed, this is the very outcome the motion claims to guard against. The Speaker publicly confirmed that her position is consistent with the impeachment committee's own stance following the Constitutional Court judgment. This is not the conduct of a captured Speaker, but it is an attempt to preserve the National Assembly's institutional standing, especially since the Speaker has positively taken steps to allow the process, including the litigation that impeachment committee instituted. The fact that she decided to abide by the decision of the court does not suggest any partiality on her part. Removing a Speaker through a hastily convened virtual sitting on the strength of a legal disagreement over strategy rather than any proven act of bad faith or corruption sets a dangerous precedent. It would turn the position of the Speaker into a revolving door hostage to the whims of which party commands the numbers on a given afternoon. That is not the accountability, but is the erosion of the very parliamentary independence that the motion claims to be defending. Our approach to politics, guided by the ideals and values of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, demands that we build durable and principled institutions and not weaponize procedural motions for factional advantage. The Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania therefore calls on all parties to reject this motion to allow the impeachment committee to complete its constitutional work without undue, frivolous, time-consuming distraction. This House should reserve removal proceedings for genuine and demonstrable breaches of office, not disagreements over legal strategy. The PAC opposes this motion. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mahlatsi, it is now over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Also, 𝐷 unity, 𝐷. This motion is not about personalities. It is about constitutional integrity and the institutional independence of Parliament. Parliament's own material makes it clear that although the Speaker is a member of a political party, she is required to act impartially and protect the rights of all political parties. The National Assembly is constitutionally required under Section 55, subsection 2, to hold an executive accountable and maintain oversight over the exercise of national executive authority. Our concern as UAT rises from the Speaker's conduct in a Pala litigation where Parliament's institutional interest were placed in circumstances that created the appearance that the Speaker was defending or aligning the legislature with the executive. The UAT find this to be constitutionally dangerous. The legislature is not an extension of executive. The Speaker's responsibility is to therefore not to protect the political interest of governing party or the president, but to protect the institutional independence, authority, and constitutional powers of the National Assembly. The main question here is whether the Speaker has sufficiently protected the Parliament as an independent constitutional institution. The answer is no. When the presiding officer is perceived to speak or act for the executive rather than for the House, the doctrine of separation of powers is weakened. Parliamentary oversight is compromised, and the public confidence in democratic accountability is damaged. The UAT call upon the House to restore the authority and the independence of National Assembly by supporting this motion of no confidence against the Speaker. On the 4th of November 2026, vote for the United African Transformation. Kanimambo.
There isn't a speaker for good. We then move on to, my apologies, to the Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Speaker William Lenthal from Westminster in 1642 famously said, "I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the House is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here." This was the first time that a Speaker declared loyalty to the authority and liberty of Parliament rather than to the head of state. For the past 384 years, speakers in democratic countries across the world have followed this noble tradition, standing in defense of Parliament as the representative of the people. It is a noble and dignified role, but it is also a vital role to ensure that Parliament functions effectively, to ensure that the executive never acts unchecked against the interest of the people. I have been very critical of the Speaker's stance in not opposing the President's interdict application. The question was asked, what should the Speaker have done as an alternative? The answer is, she should have opposed the application on behalf of Parliament. Yes, the Speaker should be impartial, scrupulously so, in all matters before the House, which means that she should not show any party political affiliation in any matter before the House. However, when it comes to being impartial in any matter where Parliament as an institution is affected, she can never, ever be impartial, which is to say, she must always choose the side of Parliament. She litigates on behalf of Parliament. She is its primary spokesperson, and she's the first and the last defender of our traditions, processes, and institutional integrity. She can only, to paraphrase Speaker Lenthal, act in a manner as the House is pleased to direct her, since her only loyalty is towards this House and serving it objectively. So yes, in my view, the Speaker did err, and I have openly criticized her for it. But as my colleague Honourable Breitenbach set out, grounds for a motion of no confidence is a bridge too far. We cannot use such motions as a political tool to destabilize the institution at every failure of the Speaker to do what we expect her to do. Deputy Speaker, the whole matter does, however, raise the question, 30 years after our Constitution was signed into law, is it not perhaps time for us as Parliament to have a discussion around our institution, the appointment of certain office bearers, and, in my view, the impartiality of the Speaker? Perhaps it's time for us to put measures in place to ensure that no Speaker can ever serve on their party's executive structures or openly campaign on behalf of their party. The office of Speaker, along with that of the President and Chief Justice, are the three highest offices of state. The Speaker should be a lifelong ambassador for this institution, free of political allegiance or loyalty. Loyalty to this institution is the job. Deputy Speaker, I also think that it's time that we decisively strengthen this institution. I have had recent constructive engagements with the Speaker on this matter, and we are in broad agreement. In my view, she does want to see Parliament become a stronger institution. Some of the matters that we agree on include strengthening the Joint Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, strengthening the Financial Management of Parliament Act, putting a clear recruitment policy in place for the appointment of the Secretary to Parliament and all senior managers in future, and having an executive authority that meets regularly where other presiding officers are included in these meetings. Along with a multi-party review of the institution, this will go a long way in ensuring that we get Parliament back on track. Madam Deputy Speaker, motions of no confidence are not frivolous political tools. They should be reserved for serious breaches of the constitutional mandate and of an office bearer. I'm not convinced that the Speaker, despite errors of judgment that she might have made in certain issues, including the one concerning the motion, has warranted such a serious step. I base it on the fact that the Speaker has also allowed the impeachment committee to oppose the interdict and continue our work with the resources needed. There is also no credibility in some parties supporting this motion if their conduct overwhelmingly contribute to discredit and destabilize the institution. And I hope the media and public pick up on this. You cannot accuse the Speaker of not defending Parliament if you contribute to breaking it down. It then simply exposes this motion for what it is. Not a serious and sincere attempt to defend Parliament, but an underhanded attempt to use this mechanism as a tool to achieve a very narrow political goal. For now, the jury is out on whether Speaker Didiza is a Speaker willing to make good on her commitments to fix this institution. And the DA will call her out on it if she does not, and, in a manner that is appropriate, hold her accountable. However, she should have the opportunity to prove this first. We will not support the motion. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honourable 𝐾𝐨𝐽.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I must say up front that the African National Congress does not support this motion. Today's debate will go down in history as one of the most unnecessary debates we ever undertook as the National Assembly. Looking at it more carefully, it is easy to see that the EFF's latest ploy to remove the Speaker has nothing to do with frivolous matters they allege against the Speaker to support this misguided motion. It is rather an attempt to achieve
about the
through
fire pool.
political gimmicks what they could not achieve through the ballot. It is ironic that a group of political delinquents who are led by men who has been
delinquents
convicted
are you
of a
because
crime
you
by
and
a
your
court
fire
of
pools.
law
You
are
remember
using
fire
the
pools.
good name
Honourable
of
Minister,
the
please
Speaker
pause
to
for a
portray
moment.
themselves as constitutionalists
Honourable
and
Minister,
champions of
please pause
accountability.
for a moment.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Maotwe, I first want to deal with the Honourable Matthys. Honourable Matthys, you have now twice activated your microphone without being recognised. Refrain from that. Honourable Maotwe, do you have a point of order?
Yes, the Speaker on the podium is saying the motion was tabled by a delinquent. I think she's misguided. The delinquent is not the honorable member who tabled the motion. It is a sitting president, actually, who is the president of the ANC.
Honourable Minister, did you say that the person who tabled the motion is a delinquent? I'm a bit confused now, Honourable Mautwe, if you say that the motion was tabled by the President. Which President?
Hello. Deputy Speaker, I'm saying the delinquent is President Ramaphosa, the president of the member who's on the podium.
Honourable Mautwe, you have just rolled yourself out of order as well now by doing exactly the same thing. So I think that just cancels your point of order. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To prepare for this frivolous motion, the EFF started a campaign of lies against the Speaker. This lies sought to create a narrative that paints the Speaker's notice to abide by a court outcome in the President's interdict application a partisan stance against the position of the Parliament's Impeachment Committee, which challenged the President's court application. Honourable members, in his insightful essay titled Treatise on the Art of Political Lying, published in 1714, Dr. John Arbuthnot sets out a set of rules on how one can get away with political lies created to defame a political opponent. One of the most important rules that he says should not be broken when creating a good lie is that defamatory lies should not be quite opposite to the qualities of the person you are lying about or supposed to have. In their unsuccessful effort to defame, in my line, the Speaker, the EFF has not only broken this important rule of political lying, they have also exposed and cemented their stance as political delinquents. It is easy to show that the EFF accuses the Speaker to have done which they've done is totally opposite to how she has acted, as I will demonstrate, and other members have been demonstrating here. This means that EFF's lies do not even pass the test of a good political lie or deception. In its motion, the EFF claims that the Speaker chose partisan political interest over Parliament's constitutional obligation by refusing to oppose the President's urgent application. This could not be further from the truth. If anything, the Speaker has done the opposite of what the EFF is claiming since the Constitutional Court issued its judgment. In its judgment, the Constitutional Court directed implementation of Section 89 as reported by the Chief Whip of the ANC. Not only did the Speaker establish the impeachment committee, but followed the Constitutional Court's directive. But he has also strengthened the committee by allowing 16 of the 18 parties in Parliament to be represented on the committee, thereby allowing for a wider participation in this process. This step led to the creation of the committee and one of the largest committees constituted since the advent of democracy. And this committee has 31 members. The Speaker could have chosen to follow the rules, could have chosen to restrain the committee, but she did not. Now, how do you allege all these things that you are saying to her? The Speaker went even further and dismissed the proposal that only fit and proper members of Parliament be allowed to serve on the committee. Those who are convicted in a court of law and have been sentenced would not be sitting in this committee because they are not fit and proper, thus defending the rights of all duly elected members of Parliament to serve in the committee. But they have the nerve to throw stones while they are sitting in class doors.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Not only did the Speaker respect the separation of powers.
Honourable Mautwe, your point of order.
The Minister is misleading the public. It is not the Speaker who determined who must sit in the committee. It's not her. So these members must stop misleading the public and saying it's the Speaker who said the issue of fit and proper must be out. It's not the Speaker. She doesn't have the money. She doesn't have the powers to do that.
Honourable
And this is supposed to be the Minister of Justice. What are we dealing with, Khadi, here?
It is not a point of order.
Lawless
You are now
Minister.
interrupting the Speaker. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To show that they are members only even believe that this motion is not important.
Honourable Minister, please pause. Honourable
Deputy Speaker.
Kalipi,
Yeah, can
please.
the Speaker on the podium please stop shouting? Just debate with calmness so we can understand. We don't even follow. You are shouting as if you are shouting to your kids. Please.
It is not a point of order. Deputy Minister, do not unmute your mic if you're not recognized. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You see, the fact that the same members are disrupting their own motion is because they believe that this motion is frivolous themselves. Because no party, when it puts a motion, they will disrupt it. It tells you the character of the motion, the character of the party. Now, when we look at the Speaker, it's in terms of the rules, but also we must understand her powers. And also what she has been able to ensure that not only did the Speaker respect the separation of powers between the Parliament and the judiciary by implementing judgment, she also protected the independence and integrity of Parliament by taking steps that would ensure that the president of a party she belongs to is held accountable before Parliament. In all her actions, the Speaker has not stood in the way of accountability. Instead, she had ensured that the National Assembly exercises its Section 89 power, which is a core function of accountability that the Constitution vests in a legislature. Honourable members, are these actions of a Speaker who has chosen partisan political interest over Parliament's constitutional obligation? No. Or is this poor attempt at the art of political lying? Clearly, it is the latter. It is definitely the poor attempt of art of political lying. It is an attempt that should be kicked out, must be not supported, but this motion actually will go down the history, being a waste of Parliament's time at the most critical time where we should be dealing with more important issues and that affects the South African public. That the Speaker is the presiding officer of the National Assembly, bears the constitutional duty to protect, defend and uphold the institutional authority, independence and integrity of Parliament. She has been able to do that. She has been able to affirm her position as the custodian of these responsibilities. The Impeachment Committee is a committee of Parliament established by the Speaker through working with parties, and she didn't stop in the way. They are saying the rules are saying that it's the parties. The Speaker has the power as the executive authority. She could have stopped some of the processes. She did not interfere. She has not interfered with the committee. She allowed the committee to function. She allowed the committee to even submit application. She made resources available for the committee as the committee has requested. Now, honorable members, are these actions of a Speaker that is not acting in line with the Constitution? No, actually it's the contrary. The EFF in its motion makes an irrational claim that the Speaker disregarded the legal advice obtained by her office, recommending that Parliament oppose litigation aimed at undermining the impeachment process.
Please pause for a moment. Honourable Maltwe, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry I disrupted the howling minister. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Malema, he's been kicked out and he's been trying to
Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, I'm asking that the table please let Honourable Malema back in because he wants to listen. He's going to close the debate and he wants to listen to all the speakers. So I'm requesting that you please ask the table staff to bring him back. He's been kicked out. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I have been alerted to the fact that he is not on the platform and we will most definitely allow him back in because he is on in 3 minutes. Please proceed, Minister.
You see, that's why I've been saying that they are not serious about this motion. They even leave the debate. Contrary to the EFF,
you are being clownish now. You are being clownish now.
But
you are being
no, I'm not clownish. You are not serious about this.
This thing cuts me out, and then you make that a political point.
You should have been in a proper
childish.
platform as a leader.
You are so childish.
If you are serious
you are
about
so
this
childish.
motion.
I mean, this thing cuts me out.
No, you are not serious.
The whole
Yourself, you are not serious.
You make a no issue an issue.
You
Be ashamed of yourself, man.
Honourable Malema.
Speaker,
you
this
will
thing
have your opportunity after the minister.
Speaker, this thing cuts me out, and then she makes a point as if it's a political point. I'm making her aware that she's been girlish.
Malema, you will have your opportunity after the minister. Don't interrupt. Minister, please proceed.
But she must stop
As I
being clownish.
conclude, Speaker, you see, this is what Honorable Soviet Lekhanyani said. The chauvinist and patriarchal tendency of calling people girlish.
Honorable Minister, I'm
Yes,
also now
Honourable
cautioning you. You do not speak directly to the members. You speak through the presiding officer.
My apologies,
I will not
Deputy Speaker.
take any more points of order. We are now at the end of this debate. Honourable Mente, what is your point of order?
I'm covered.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, I am also requesting you to please stick to your debate and not interact directly with members. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, this is a political debate and I have a freedom of speech. You can't curtail me. Honorable members, as I say, you see, Honorable Soviet Lekhanyani spoke about the chauvinist and patriarchal tendencies. That's why you'd have articulation of girlish. In a Women's Month, it shows the tendencies of individuals that we have in this parliament. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the Speaker of this House has acted with the integrity that he deserves. Is a woman of integrity that has a track record of never having anything accused against her. This is unfortunate that individuals will utilize this motion to tarnish her image and integrity that she has built over years. She has been able to work within the confines of the Constitution in all the roles that he has been. So it is not correct to sit here and watch individuals go and tarnish a black woman who has worked so hard for her career, her reputation, and her integrity. Half of them can never even match the quarter of who she is. So this motion must be dismissed with the contempt it deserves. Thank you, Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Mente, what is your point of order before I introduce the Honourable Malema?
No, Deputy Speaker, you are not correcting the lie that's been peddled across this debate, that this motion was called upon on Women's Month. We have sent this motion months ago. It was not responded to. If anyone has to be blamed for when the motion is being heard, it's yourself and the Parliament and all presiding officers. So correct that lie that's been peddled. It's not correct.
Honourable Mente, that was not a point of order. We will now proceed. Could I please ask the Deputy Minister Matlale please to or rather mute your microphone? Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the Honourable Malema. Honourable Malema, you have 4 minutes left of the global 14 minutes that you had allocated.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and let me thank colleagues who made constructive contribution. We really are shocked by how others want to take this matter forward, because this is very simple. The Constitutional Court says to you, you must go and do impeachment committee. And that decision you take and then you hand over to the president. And the same person who hand over the document to say we're proceeding to impeachment processes takes Parliament to court. So you is challenging the decision you communicated to him, because you communicate on behalf of Parliament. You act in the best interest of Parliament. What do? You say, okay, how do you say that? She had a duty to defend the same papers she gave to the president, and the president says, I'm taking these papers to court. And meaning I'm taking your parliament, which you are heading, which has taken this decision to court. And you say, no, but she implemented what the court said she must do. We never said she's not competent because she did not implement what the court said she must implement. You are arguing a wrong point. We said she did not defend a decision which was well backed by court, well instructed by court. And when it was being challenged, she was nowhere to be found. And that person who acts like that acts irrationally and not in the best interest of Parliament. You can say whatever you want to say. That is the point. And there's no political point we want to take from this debate, that this is point scoring. No, it's not about that. It's about defending the integrity, the impartiality of the speaker, and to hold this parliament accountable, because the decisions she takes, we are duty-bound as members of parliament to challenge them. And this is another way of challenging some of those decisions. This is the provision which is being made available to make sure that there is a robust engagement and holding both the executive and parliament itself accountable. The rest of the other issues, Speaker, are peripheral. I mean, she can quote Soviet the way the Soviet spoke, because Soviet said the things he said because he wants to be a mayor in Polokwane. That's the only thing. That was out of character and unlike him, to a point of reading a dictionary because you are desperately wanting to prove that you can be a mayor in Polokwane, to a point where you get called to order and you withdraw because you accept you have done something wrong. Let opportunism not make you who you are. Someone said here that a daughter thinks better than me, she's stating and all of that. I'm very happy with a very brilliant girl who thinks better. I'm just scared she might be a daughter of a person who may not protect her from taking drugs. So it's important that we pray and extend our hands of prayer to that child who's growing up under a character which is very questionable. So we must ensure that the president is held accountable and parliament must hold him accountable.
Honorable Malema, please pause. Honorable Daniels, do you have a point of order?
Yes, indeed, Deputy Speaker.
Please proceed.
The aspersions casted by Honorable Malema, considering that I was the person that made reference to my 13-year-old daughter.
Deputy Speaker, which role is he talking about?
That she doesn't take drugs.
Honorable 𝐾𝐨𝐵, you are out of order.
No, which role?
Honorable 𝐾𝐨𝐵, I'm still listening to the Honorable Daniels. Please proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So the insinuations made by Honorable Malema, referencing that she must be protected from myself, from not taking drugs, is insinuating that I'm taking drugs, which I'm not, Honorable Speaker. So I find that very unparliamentary, and I would like you to rule on it and also invite Honorable Malema and myself for a public drug test, both of us, so that we can see who is the one.
Honorable Daniels, I'm going to stop you right there. That is,
this man is wasting our time. The president wants
Honorable Paulson, you are out of order. Honorable Van Wyk, I am still busy dealing with this matter. Honorable Van Wyk, when I am on the platform, you do not interrupt. Honorable Minister Mackenzie, you will also not interrupt me. I am busy dealing with this point of order. I'm sure the Honorable Daniels made his point, and I will now deal with it. Honorable Malema, indeed, what you have said in the reference you have made does cast aspersions on the Member of Parliament. So I am cautioning you to please refrain from doing that. I have not been requested that you withdraw it, but your reference to the Honorable Daniels is offensive and casts aspersions on the dignity of a member. We will now proceed. Honorable Van Wyk, I have now ruled. I'm not going to entertain the matter further. We will now conclude with this debate.
But why do you keep
Honorable
on doing
Malema,
that to me? I'm raising my hand.
Honorable Van Wyk, I have now ruled. Honorable Daniels, I have also ruled, and we will now proceed. Honorable Malema, please conclude. You have 22 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Speaker. But also, I will not win as PlayStation in a competition because I don't play. I don't get involved in competitions of PlayStations. I buy them. I don't go for competitions. So I'm unlike others who go to competitions, win PlayStations, and go sell the same PlayStation and buy drugs. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a history of drugs.
Thank you,
I will never
Honorable
go
Malema.
public
Your time
and
has
do a
expired.
test with a small boy about drugs.
Honorable
don't have a
Malema, your
history of
time
drugs.
has now
Afinyela,
expired,
I'm
and this
Afinyela,
debate, honorable
Afinyela,
members,
Afinyela,
honorable members,
You
honorable
can
members,
only
Afinyela.
laugh at a fool.
honorable
You
members,
can only laugh at a fool.
Honorable Paulson, Honorable Van Wyk, if I call you again, you will be removed from the platform.
Speaker.
Anyone who
so
speaks
Carlos-
now, Honorable Hendricks, if you do not unmute, I'm going to remove you from the
No,
platform.
maar Speaker, you did the insinuation that
Honorable
Carlos are
Hendricks,
using-
Honorable Hendricks, I am not recognizing you. We will now proceed. Honorable Daniels, I'm not going to recognize you. Honorable Van Wyk, the same. We
I
will now
accept, Deputy
proceed.
Speaker.
This is the end of this debate. It is now concluded. I am now going to put the motion. I'm putting the motion as moved by the Honorable J.S. Malema. Are there any objections?
Deputy
Yes.
Speaker,
Yes.
please note the objection of the EFF and we are calling for a division.
Honorable Mautwe, I just want to get this clear. Are you objecting to the motion?
No, Deputy Speaker,
No.
we are in agreement with the motion. We are calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. And then members have to be on the platform in 5 minutes.
Platform speaker to be
Deputy Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Ntuli.
Yes, there is a matter that I would like to raise before you start the voting. So I didn't know whether I should raise it now or I must wait for for the House to resume. It's not a long issue. It's a very brief matter in relation to two of my members.
Honorable Ntuli, I think let's deal with that once we resume so that
Thank you very
everyone
much.
is present. Thank you. Honourable members, we will now resume. I also want to please ask members to make sure that their microphones are not on. Honourable members, no member will be admitted on the virtual platform until this division is concluded. The rules of the National Assembly provide for different procedures for members to cast their votes. These include voting by electronic means or a manual voting procedure by way of a whip or a voice. In this instance, the rules stipulate that the Deputy Speaker predetermines the voting procedure. Honourable Ntuli, I will get to your point within a minute. For this division, the Deputy Speaker has determined that a manual voting system will be used, whereby each member will be called upon and requested to voice his or her vote. When a member is called to indicate their vote, they must unmute their microphone and enable their video for authentication purposes. Honourable Ntuli, if you have anything now to add in terms of members of the ANC who are not available or who have lost connectivity or who will not be able to activate their cameras, please indicate now. Honourable Ntuli.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I have two members, Deputy Speaker. The one is the Minister of Health, Minister 𝐼𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻, who is on the platform, but due to illness will not be in the position
Now to add in terms of members of the
as
ANC
well as
who
to
are
open
not
his
available or who have lost connectivity or who will
Honourable
not be. Deputy Minister,
Yes.
Deputy President, please make sure that you are muted. Honourable Ntuli, please proceed.
Yeah, so the first one is Minister 𝐼𝐸𝐵𝐻𝐻, who is by no means in a position to either speak or show the video or the camera because of his current condition. But he's online as we speak. He's not removed. The second one is Deputy Minister 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐿. Deputy Minister is currently under the supervision of the doctors. He can speak.
Please make sure
Honourable
that you
Deputy
are
President.
muted. Honourable Deputy President, please mute.
So
Please
the Deputy Minister, thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Minister can actually speak. She is on the platform. She can speak, but from where she is, she will not be in the position to open a video for all of you to see her. So those are the two issues I wanted to raise with you. Otherwise, all other members would be in the position to comply with the procedure you have outlined. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have taken note of that. Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a challenge that one of our members, Honourable Thring, is waiting to board a plane. So he is online now. He is online. He is able to vote, but it might be that by the time you call him and the ACDP, he might not be able to vote. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is noted. Honourable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I have 4 members of the EFF that will not be able to vote on camera. We have already given the names to the table staff. And then I have 1 member that was just at when you close the bell was locked out, Honourable Khawula. She was in the house but locked out. So if
We
they
will-
pay attention to that one, please.
We will make sure about that. And then I have the Honourable Mkhize.
Thank you, House Chair. I have 1 member who is on the platform but won't be able to vote due to unstable network, the Honourable Sibonelo Nomvalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to find out for the future, if members are not going to show their faces here, I'm talking about the future, I'm not talking about now. If we were physical, what would have happened? You know, I just want to find out for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. Not that the time is now to discuss the future, but I will indulge you in this situation. We have in fact discussed this matter, and it was also discussed with the Chief Whips. So this is an extraordinary situation because the Chief Whips had decided that the plenaries will be virtual up until the election. So if the matter was dealt with in person, everyone would have been here and those members would not have been deemed to be in the House. But our rules also make provision for the fact that you may, as I have just read, either vote by voice, preferably with your camera, but we know that we have connectivity problems. Honourable Mkhize, is that a new point?
Yes, House Chair. My apologies. The member will be able to vote, just won't be able to show his camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I just want to bring it to your attention that Honourable van der Walt will board a flight in about an hour. I hope we get to her before then, but if not, then she may not be present when she's called. Thank you, Honourable Deputy.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed, honourable members.
Before you proceed,
Honourable
Deputy
Skhosana.
Speaker, before you proceed, I've raised my hand. I'm saying, understanding that you've discussed that, I'm still saying to you, you have not answered me. You not answered me. I'm not talking about us, you know, I'm talking about this parliament is not going to end with us here. Generations to come. I'm saying to you, if members, if we were in parliament, what would have happened? If we were physical and somebody is sick, is in hospital, he's saying, no, I'm in hospital or is suspended. Whatever a reason is Is it? No, I don't want us in the future for anyone to object, because we are setting a precedent here. We are setting a precedent here to say people can participate even if they are in hospital.
Honourable Member, I'm going to answer you now, and I think this is a matter that you must take up with your Chief Whip. This has been discussed by the Chief Whips. It was approved, so it is not setting a precedent. So we will now proceed, and you are quite correct that this is, you're asking something about the future. We are now busy with this voting session, not the future. So I do propose that you take it up with the Chief Whip's forum through your Chief Whip, where it can be dealt with for future instances. Honourable
thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Skhosana. Thank you.
It's noted.
We will now proceed.
I'm saying to you, it's noted. You don't have to be emotional about that, and be don't be condescending to me, because the way we are putting it is like I'm insane. This thing is going to come back one day. I'm telling you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. We take note of your concerns. Honourable Nolotshungu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Please note that Honourable Matthias was online, but he's been kicked out during the break. So you can confirm that with the table staff. He's been in all the time, but now he's been kicked out.
We will confirm that. Then Honourable Ntuli.
Deputy Speaker, my apology. I've just been alerted that two of my members, the Deputy Minister of Communication, Gungubele, as well as the chairperson of the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, Chabane, were locked out, but they are at the same venue with the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. So with your permission, if that would be acceptable, they can show themselves on the screen using the gadget of the Deputy Chief Whip for them to confirm how they are voting on the motion. But both of them are physically in the same space with the Deputy Chief Whip. Thanks.
Thank you. We will deal with that when we get there, and I think that will be acceptable as long as they do show their faces. Honourable members, please mute your microphones. Honorable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐤, is that another matter? Honorable Skhosana, I'm not going to entertain a debate with you now on voting procedure for today or for the future. This has been decided by the Chief Whips. So, Honorable 𝐬𝐫𝐤, is there another member?
No, Chair,
Yes,
I'm
House Chair.
I'm not raising my
Comrade
hand
Skhosana.
because of that, please.
Honorable 𝐬𝐫𝐤, is there another member?
Yes, House Chair, there's actually two other members, which is the Honorable 𝐟𝐨𝐫𝐿𝐵 𝐾𝐨 and the Honorable Carol Mafagane. They are on the platform. Can they be considered but won't be able to vote?
Yes, we will
They won't
be
be able
going
to
to,
speak, but they are on the platform. Thank you, Chair.
we will be calling all the names, and I will explain the procedure now. All the names will be called, and if you cannot switch on your microphone, or rather your camera, it is acceptable. We would prefer that you work through your Chief Whip as you have done now, but we will now proceed with the voting. Honourable members,
I've raised
Chair's-
my hand on another matter, Chair.
Now, what is
I've
your
raised my
other
hand
matter?
on another
Honourable
matter.
Skhosana?
Oh, I've been abused now. What?
Honourable
Chair?
Skhosana, you are not going to
Deputy
delay
Speaker.
the voting on this matter.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not delaying anything. I've got the right, Deputy Speaker, to raise an issue. You can't say to me, I'm delaying a matter. I'm
I
saying to
can,
you,
in
you
fact, say that
just
to you,
said
you
that
are
now.
now in
The Chief
contempt
Whip
of
of
the
MK
voting
must
procedure.
assist us.
Chair, Deputy Speaker, I'm raising another matter. I'm not talking about this. There's a matter which was raised
We
by the
are
deputy.
I am now busy with the voting procedure. So this is a final warning.
Honorable
You will be
Gungubela
removed from the platform.
is
Honourable
going to be allowed.
Papane, Honourable Papane, what is your point?
On a point of order. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think we are being abused here. A procedure have been outlined and all chief whips have agreed on how to handle the matters of voting today. I just want to plead with you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that we proceed with voting. Thank you very much.
Honourable Papane, that is exactly what I'm trying to do. Honourable Dugmore, I hope that you have been covered by the Honourable Papane. We will now proceed. Honourable Skhosana, I am not entertaining a discussion on this now. This was discussed by the Chief Whips, and there are no other matters that you have to raise right now. You can take it up with your Chief Whip, and we will now proceed. Honourable members, in terms of the rules, all members present on the virtual platform, when the question is put with the admissions to the platform being closed, must vote or record an abstention. Honourable members, please mute your microphones. This rule does not apply to a minister or deputy minister who is not a member of the House. The Secretary will call each member from the membership list, starting with those from the largest party. Members will be called by their surname, followed by their initials. To facilitate this process, I will appeal to honourable members to indicate only their vote, not add a preamble, a statement, and also without delay. We have to be very sure that we hear every vote. Members must simply indicate yes, no, or abstain. In the event a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason do not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided for such members to raise their hands after the last member is called from the list, at which point they will be recognized to cast their vote. So, honourable members, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by Mr. J.S. Malema for the removal from office of the Speaker be agreed to. Those in favour of the removal of the Speaker from office in terms of section 52(4) of the Constitution will say yes. Those against the removal of the Speaker from office will say no. Those who want to abstain will record their vote as such. Voting will now commence. As mentioned earlier, no member will be admitted on the virtual platform until this division is concluded. The Secretary will now proceed to call members.
Adams, RC.
Yes. Speaker, my vote.
Are you in disbelief that he voted yes?
Honourable members.
My vote is no. Speaker, my correction, my vote is no.
Your
No,
correction,
Your correction, you voted yes.
correction
How
has
many
been
times
voted.
must people vote yes? Person said yes.
It's a
Mr.
yes.
Council,
No correction, no
It's a
correction
yes.
here. Yes.
Members must not be
Vote
bullied
yes.
there. She said yes.
Yes.
Yes,
She then
yes.
corrected herself.
Allow the member to say yes.
Honourable members. Honourable
No,
members.
no.
I think the raise right now. You can take it up with your chief whip and we will now proceed. Honourable members, in terms of the rules, all members present on the virtual platform, when the question is put with the admissions to the platform being closed, must vote or record an abstention. Honourable members, please mute your microphones. This rule does not apply to a minister or deputy minister who is not a member of the House. The Secretary will call each member from the membership list, starting with those from the largest party. Members will be called by their surname, followed by their initials. To facilitate this process, I will appeal to honourable members to indicate only their vote, not add a preamble, a statement, and also without delay. We have to be very sure that we hear every vote. Members must simply indicate yes, no, or abstain. In the event a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason do not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided for such members to raise their hands after the last member is called from the list, at which point they will be recognized to cast their vote. So, honourable members, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by Mr. J.S. Malema for the removal from office of the Speaker be agreed to. Those in favour of the removal of the Speaker from office in terms of section 52(4) of the Constitution will say yes. Those against the removal of the Speaker from office will say no. Those who want to abstain will record their vote as such. Voting will now commence. As mentioned earlier, no member will be admitted on the virtual platform until this division is concluded. The Secretary will now proceed to call members.
Adams, RC.
Yes. Speaker, my vote.
Are you in disbelief that he voted yes?
Honourable members.
My vote is no. Speaker, my correction, my vote is no.
Your correction,
you voted
yes. Correction
How
has
many
been
times
all
must
had
people
yes.
vote yes? Person said yes.
It's a yes.
No correction, no
It's a
correction
yes.
here. Yes.
Members must not be
Voting
bullied
yes.
there. She said yes.
Yes.
She then
yes.
corrected herself.
Allow the member to say yes.
Honourable members. Honourable
No,
members.
no.
I think the member is quite adamant that it is a no. We will now proceed, so members, please concentrate what you have to do and show your faces, except those that we have been indicated will not show their faces.
Appearing, MJ.
No.
Bila, TJ.
I vote no.
No. Speaker, no.
ANC.
No. Sharon Davids, no.
Abantu abadala bayamosha nge-technology.
Honorable members, please wait your turn.
I don't know what
Please
to say.
mute. Honorable Bila, please mute. Do not switch on. Honorable Bila, Honorable David, please mute. Honorable Bila, please mute. Could I just explain to you members that you only unmute once your name is called. Honorable Ndabane, please mute. You do not switch on your camera before your name is called. What is happening is that there is an echo. Honorable Matashe, Honorable Matashe, please mute. Could I please have the assistance of the Chief Whips? That you only unmute and show your camera. Honorable Matashe. Honorable Matashe. Honorable members.
Behave, man.
Honorable Loze, I am also going to remove members from the platform if you do not.
But you don't say that
Listen,
when Gwede is
Honorable-
speaking. You don't say you're going to remove him. You don't say that to
Honorable-
Gwede.
Honorable Lonzi, I'm saying it to everyone. And do not unmute yourself without being recognized. So no one please unmute except when your name is called. Honorable Reddy, what is it a point of order or do you want to have some words of wisdom?
No, certainly not. Deputy Speaker, give us some credentials. By now, the table should inform you what are the numbers, because the entry is locked now. So if you could give us credentials from each party, maybe the party whips can just indicate and we can confirm that. So we would know who is on the platform and that we will avoid a situation where people are just snuck in. That could happen as well. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, the platform is closed. No one can sneak in because they have to be admitted. Secondly, party chief whips can in fact see on the virtual platform whether their members are present or not. It's a very simple exercise. You just look on your Zoom and you type in MK and all the MK members will appear. So that is what chief whips can also do. We are indeed correct. So we will now proceed with the next one. Honorable Malinga, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm rising on the point of privilege. Please be consistent, because you are going to disrupt this meeting. Other political parties, when they are speaking unmuted, you don't discipline them. And the others, you are doing that. Please, I'm pleading with you. Please, the principle of consistency, please deal with it. Thank you.
Honorable Malinga, I know that this is apparently very important for you, and I agree with you. So I am requesting members to not unmute, whether it be a minister, a deputy president, as I have said. Please do not unmute unless your name is called. We will now proceed. The table will now continue with the names. At this point, we stopped with the Honorable Bila. The next one, please.
𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐿 NK.
No.
Boshielo SP. Boshielo SP.
Different markets as healthy products.
Deputy Minister, please repeat your vote.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Reddy keeps his screen on. He's disrupting.
Yes, but I would prefer that you do not switch on your cameras before you are actually going to vote, because it's all a matter of bandwidth. Please assist us. Honorable
Thank
Dudmore.
you. Thank you for that.
I said my vote is no.
Thank you.
Voters A,
No, 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 no.
thank you. Burns Namashe Z,
No.
thank you. 𝐃𝐨𝐽 RN, 𝐃𝐨𝐽 RN, 𝐃𝐨𝐽 RN, Thabane MS,
𝐾𝐵 is no. 𝐾𝐵 is no.
These old people are going to be a problem here.
Honorable members, Honorable Lonzi, honorable members.
Speaker, are these deputy ministers of the country?
Honorable member, I did not recognize you. Could I please ask all the deputy ministers and ministers in the same venue? It is extremely difficult if you keep the camera and the microphone on. When you have voted, just give your vote and switch off the camera and the microphone until the next person is called, because I can see that you are all in the same venue, and it is very disruptive. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Deputy Minister 𝐃𝐨𝐽 RN,
No. Yeah.
Thabane MS, Thabane MS,
Trying to help her. It's not mine, it's hers.
No. No.
Chauke Adonis TM,
Voting no. Voting no. Voting no.
Chikunga LS,
Voting no.
Klute
Point of
EN,
order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mente, what is your point of order? We are busy with the voting procedure.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, the people that are in the same house, 𝐼𝐻𝐾𝐭, can they just lower their volumes, all of them? Only one gadget must be on. Let's teach them technology. One gadget must be on, and then the rest can just speak and hear from one gadget. They are hurting our eardrums. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. You are quite correct. So could I ask all the ministers and deputy ministers in the same venue only have one device on, the microphone, microphone's volume on.
Deputy
Please
Speaker.
switch off the rest. Honorable Motwe, what is your point of order?
Can we get confirmation that these members of parliament of the ANC are not in the same venue quarantined? Because with this level of echo, Deputy Speaker, it suggests that these people are all in the same venue. And this is not the first time it will be happening. It happened even the last time when we were voting. And it's wrong, Deputy Speaker. It's very wrong for people to be quarantined.
Honorable Motwe, you are now being disruptive, and we're busy voting. We will now proceed.
Klute EA, sorry. Klute EA. No, all right. Chrissy BD. Chrissy BD.
No.
Thank you. David SW. David SW. We proceed. It is a AG speaking.
Hello, Sharon David.
I'm voting no.
There's something wrong with this thing, you see. Look, it's recording, but it's not taking through.
But the Deputy Speaker,
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐻 technology.
subjected here.
It's tough, it's tough.
We've been subjected.
David SW. Did you vote no? All right. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 MC.
𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 vote no. I vote no.
𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐿 DR.
𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐿 vote no.
Thank you. 𝐷ithebe SL.
I vote no.
Dlelanga M.
I vote no.
Dagmore CM.
I vote no. No.
Hello?
Dundwa ML. Dundwa ML.
No.
Thank you. Frolic CT.
I vote no.
𝐵𝐻𝐿 N.
I vote no.
𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐫𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐢𝐻 NA.
I vote no.
KMN.
No.
Kina N. Kina M. Kina N. We proceed. Kodlimpi Z.
No.
Kodongwana E.
No. No.
Governor Y. Governor Y. If you could please unmute.
No.
Kungubele M.
Show your face.
No. Hala MM.
Hey, I'm done.
No. Hassan F.
No.
Hlongo AS.
No.
Isaacs SE.
I vote no.
Jama SP. Jama SP.
No.
𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭 BM.
I vote no.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻 PS.
I vote no.
Thabo, GG.
I vote no. No.
Hlanyase, Z.
I vote no.
Khumalo, JQ.
I vote no.
Korenhoff, GW.
I vote no.
Kubai, MT.
I vote no.
Really?
Kumbaka, AN.
I vote no.
Lamola, RO.
I vote no.
Lekwete, MD.
No, ga ke dumele.
Lekganyane, MS.
No.
Litsiye,
Jagana.
Litsiye, WT.
I vote no.
Litsike, MSE.
I vote no.
Ligaraba, LE. Ligaraba, LE. Moving on. Low, STD.
I vote no, 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐻, no.
Mabi, BP.
I vote no.
Maduna, N.
I vote no.
Maecho, SM.
I vote no.
Magagula, TE.
I vote no.
Mahambehlala, T.
I vote no.
Mahlangu, S.
I vote no. Awan, yeah. Thank you.
Mahlaule, MG.
I vote no.
Mahlaule, MG.
Said I vote no.
Mahlobo, MD.
My vote is a no.
Mahumapelo, SOR.
No.
Maimela, KJ.
I vote no.
Jodina, PCP.
I vote no. Thank you very much.
Makasi, N.
I vote no.
Mahatu, MP.
No. No.
Makubela, LS.
Could we just, I just want to, my apologies to interrupt. Honorable 𝐼𝐻𝐫𝐶𝐻, you have your hand raised. Is this a very urgent point of order?
It is urgent, Deputy Speaker. I'm concerned that I was skipped because my surname is H and my name wasn't called.
We do it in terms of parties. So we start with the ANC.
You can join ANC any day. You can join
Honorable
ANC.
Dagmore, you were not recognized. We are busy with a voting procedure, honorable members. Please proceed.
Makubela, LS. Makubela, LS. Malimacha, CN.
I vote no.
Manamela KB.
I vote no.
Daily BM.
No.
Mantashe GS.
SJ. No. No.
Masemula ND.
I vote no.
Mashatile SP.
I vote no.
Masina MC.
I vote no.
Asondo D.
No.
Maswangani MJ.
I vote no.
Matabata CS.
I vote no.
I vote no.
Matafa
Okay, my
OM.
hand is up.
Honorable Mkhize, what is your point of order?
Chair, I am very concerned. In terms of the rule book that you read, it said that members should be logged in. Now, when you make the ruling that members can use one cellular phone if they're in the same venue, that means even a member that was logged out before the windows were closed can now make a vote. So I'm confused. How are you going to deal with that? Thank you.
Honorable Mkhize, I only refer to members putting down the volume on their own individual devices because they are in the same venue. So it doesn't mean they are not logged on. We are also checking at the table as a member votes whether their name is in fact on the participant screen. And at this point, we have all the members who have in fact been called, have been voting on their own devices, except where they show their face and they vote, because then we can see them and we can verify and we have confirmation. Honorable 𝐼𝐶𝐽, is that another point of order?
Yes, Speaker, it's a point of order. It's clear that other honorable members are delaying this process. They know they're going to lose. Can they please stop delaying this process because they are losing and they know it?
That's not a point of
You're
order,
delaying
Speaker.
it yourself.
That's not a point of order.
That is not a point of order.
Not a point of
Honorable
order.
members.
Yeah,
Honorable members.
Once you open it, learn to keep quiet when 𝐼𝐶𝐽. Just keep quiet for once.
You behave like a CEO
It's
here.
because you know you are voting
Honorable
from other people.
members.
Thula
Honorable members. This is totally unacceptable. And Honorable 𝐼𝐶𝐽, that was also unacceptable. You are really making a disgrace.
On the point of order, Speaker.
I
Deputy
am busy
Speaker.
speaking. Do you follow that I am speaking right now and that the rules say you do not interrupt the presiding officer? It is unacceptable that you are interfering and disrupting, all of you, the voting procedure. This is a motion that was brought by the Honorable Malema, and we are now voting on it. We are trying to make do as best we can with all the challenges we do have. So I do request members to now please act in a way befitting for a parliament when you vote. All of the procedures have been approved by the chief whips, and we will proceed according to the agreed upon procedure. Honorable Mthethwa.
Yes.
I am now
Thank you,
proceeding with
Deputy
the
Chair.
matter.
But Deputy Speaker, I asked for a point of order.
Honorable Pambu, what is your point of order?
Speaker, the House is
I'm
being
on the floor.
disrupted by voting kettles. These people have been put in one kraal, right? And that's why we have this disruption. We don't know who's voting. They've been squashed in one kraal like voting kettles. That's why we can't tell who's voting. That's why we can't tell
Honourable-
whether these people logged in on time
shut up.
or not.
Shut up.
Honourable Pambu, we are busy checking at the table who has been logged on. We are managing the system so we know exactly who is voting. We can see next to their names. If you are logged on Zoom, you can do the same and check. So we will now proceed. We will not have any more points of order. We are now wasting time and we are showing absolute disrespect to the House. So we will now proceed with the voting.
Deputy Speaker, you recognized me, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Mthethwa, I recognized you and then you didn't speak. So what is
I
your
opened, but somebody else was speaking whilst I was speaking. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that it defeats the purpose that the bells would be rung for 5 minutes, and when the window closes, those that are locked outside, they sneak in through other people's gadgets. I can tell you that Honorable Gumubele voted through a gadget of somebody else. How do you then tell whether this person was locked out from his gadget and now speaking in through another person's gadget?
Honourable Mthethwa, that is exactly what I now also explained to the Honourable Mkhize, that we are checking each and every vote. The Chief Whips have indicated to us where they... The Chief Whips have indicated to me right at the start who will be in the same venue and who will not. Now, Honourable Members, I am going to proceed with the process now. Honourable Maotwe, I'm not going to allow any further disruptions of this voting procedure. We will now proceed with the division that you have called for. You have called for this division. What is it, Honourable Maotwe?
Calm down, Deputy Speaker. We're fine. Deputy Speaker, you know, we are making a mockery of Parliament.
Indeed,
we as the EFF, we've been, and even on this very motion, requesting that we all convene at the Dome and so that we can deal with this matter. It is the ANC that rejected our proposal. Now the ANC has taken their caucus. They've put them at Woodstock Garden Court, all of them in the same venue. And that's why we've got this disruption. Why did the ANC refuse for us to meet at the Dome and they decide to convene everyone at Garden Court there in Woodstock? Why? Why are we having Parliament at Garden Court as opposed to the Parliament that we have at the Dome, where we are even paying for furniture, we are paying for air conditioning units, we are paying for ablution facilities? The ANC rejected that. Now they are at Garden Court. And now we're assisting with this.
Honourable Maotwe, that matter has been dealt with in the Chief Whip's forum. Your Chief Whip was present and it was discussed and dealt with. There was no instruction to parties how they should deal with the matter, except that members have to log on with their own devices. We did not prescribe where they should be. We will now proceed.
Matafa, OM.
I vote no.
Matale, CC.
No.
Mbiyo, IM.
I vote no.
Nkunu, ES. Nkunu, ES.
I vote no.
Member, please. Please mute.
I vote no.
Nkunu, TVB.
House Chair, please note my hand.
House Chair.
Honourable Mkhize, what is it now?
House Chair, I have 2 members who have been kicked out of the platform. Can the table please check? It's Honourable Mngadi and the Honourable Gamete.
We will check whether they were on the platform when we closed it. Please just give the names again.
Honorable Pinky Mngadi and Honorable Thulani Kamete.
Thank you. We will check. And then there is Honorable Taibosh.
My hand was up.
Okay,
thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Wale. Okay, let me just, I deal with the hands as I see them raised.
Yes, it's me,
Honorable
Speaker.
Wale. Yes.
Deputy Speaker, the table was calling Honorable 𝐸𝐶𝐭, and then Honorable 𝐻𝐶𝐭 voted instead. Now the table is just called Honorable 𝐻𝐶𝐭, and she has already voted where the table was calling Honorable 𝐸𝐶𝐭. Please check.
Yes, we are quite aware of that because the Honorable 𝐸𝐶𝐭 did not reply immediately. So we are quite aware. Thank you. Honorable Mente.
Deputy Speaker, so the entire ANC cannot master the art of just lowering a volume.
But why are you
so that
interested
we
in the
can
ANC like
proceed.
this? Why are you interested in the ANC like this?
Shut up.
Because they're running the country and they can't switch on microphones.
Allow
Shut
the
up.
deputy speaker to run the meeting.
Yes,
Stop
you are
your
such a useless
obsession.
But no one
with
was
the
talking
ANC.
to you.
Stop your obsession with the ANC. Let the deputy speaker run
It's
the
not an
meeting.
obsession. How?
Yeah, you see?
These old people will need to go to an old
Deputy
age home.
Speaker, what happens now? They just unmute and speak. They are useless like that. We can't hear you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ntuli, I have not recognized you. Honorable members, we will now proceed with the voting. And this is my ruling. There will be no comments now. Honorable
Deputy Speaker, I've raised my hand a long time ago.
Honorable members, you are raising frivolous points. You are raising points about a party that can't turn down the volume on devices. That is not a point of order.
How did you know? Because you have not.
Honorable Matulewa, you are now disrupting the procedure.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you must seriously consider this problem of the party that...
What is this? This guy's always...
Honorable 𝐬𝐶𝐬𝐿.
Thank you very
Honorable
much,
members,
Deputy Speaker.
thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable members, as I have said now a number of times, this procedure was decided on by the chief whips. There was no decision on how parties would individually deal with a matter, whether they are in one venue or whether they are in separate venues. That is a matter for the party, and I propose that the chief whips take this further with the chief whips forum to decide on this. I'm not going to rule on that. We will now proceed. Honorable Reddy, Honorable
Sorry,
Matulewa,
Deputy Speaker, please allow me, please. Really.
You are now
Deputy Speaker, you've made two rulings. No, you've made two rulings. One, you said members must not put on their cameras, and members are putting on their camera. It's affecting the bandwidth. And the second one, you said you're not going to entertain points of orders. And yet we are having a whole lot of this. Now, the point that's being raised is a very valid point. The Chief Whips Forum discussed everything else except this. And I see that there's a loophole that's being created here. We must be aware of this. We don't want processes of parliament to become farcical, because now you have a situation where members are sitting in one place using one device. We never thought that somebody would be such big crooks when we had the Chief Whips Forum, but this crookery has now come to light. What are we doing about this?
Honorable Reddy, I sit with the Zoom in front of me. I have the participants list, and the members of the ANC are on separate devices. So your point is not valid. we will now proceed because you are now interrupting the process. You are, in fact, now trying to stop the process, which I will not allow because we are in a voting procedure. So, Honourable Ntuli, I am not entertaining any more points of order. We will now proceed.
It's not a point of order, Chair. It's members who have been kicked out over and over from the platform.
We will take that up. The table is quite aware of that. And we have, in fact, for your confirmation.
Then we can't carry on if the table is aware, Chair. This is unfair.
That's right.
We can't carry on if people are being kicked out. You can't expect us to carry on and vote when our members are being kicked out by your system. No, Chair.
Honourable
No.
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, we are quite aware when a member was
Fix
on.
it. Let's take a break, then you fix it.
Honourable 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐞, you are now in contempt. And I will warn you now.
No.
This is your final warning.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. No, it's
Honourable
not
Reddy,
contempt.
I am on the platform.
To Principal of Master High School.
But you can't say that's contempt.
That
The
is
Chief Whip of
contempt to speak
MK
whilst
is
I am
explaining
speaking.
something that makes
Honourable
perfect
Reddy.
sense.
Honourable Reddy.
And you're not responding to that.
Honourable
It's not
Reddy,
fair.
I am busy. But the Honourable 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐞 is not giving me the opportunity to explain. That is disrespectful. That is in contempt of the chair. So I have now explained how it works. We sit with all the members online. There are 404 people online, including the staff. So we know exactly who is on. We have taken photos of when the platform closed. We know exactly who was online and who was not. This is also being recorded, so we know exactly who the participants are. Please don't make inferences that aren't true just because you want to disrupt the whole process. Honourable members, we will now proceed with the voting. Any objections can be raised after the voting, then the vote can be challenged, but not whilst we are busy with the procedure. We will now proceed.
Math and
No.
𝐼𝐶𝐻 PS. 𝐼𝐶𝐻 PS.
You are muted, member. Honourable member, you are muted.
She's muted.
No.
Mgweba T.
No.
Mhaule MR.
Chair. Sorry, Chair. The last vote was Honourable 𝐼𝐶𝐬𝐫𝐞, the chair. That was not a lady. Can we revert back, please?
We are still coming to the Honourable 𝐬𝐶𝐬𝐫𝐞.
No, Chair. I don't mean 𝐬𝐶𝐬𝐫𝐞 of MK Party. It was 𝐬𝐶𝐬𝐫𝐞, the chairperson of this committee, and the voice was a lady. So please revert back. 2 votes back.
Mgweba T.
No.
Mhaule MR.
No.
Mhlauli NB.
My vote is no.
�𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐿.
I vote no.
Mkutu L.
No.
Molotsani ML.
My vote is no.
Mudisempja M.
I vote no.
Mwela MS.
No.
Mufokeng ML.
No.
Muhai SJ,
It's a no.
Mokoena JL,
I vote no.
Moraka AT,
I vote no.
Morolong IK,
No.
Musika CS,
No.
Motaung NE,
No. I vote no.
Motsecha MA,
No, Chair.
Motsoaledi PA,
Deputy Speaker, you will recall that I had pointed out the situation about Mutsalet. Thanks.
I just wanted to also now alert you that you can vote on behalf of the Honorable Motsoaledi.
He is voting no.
Mpapani DE,
I vote no.
Khaga M,
No.
Ntolo NE,
I vote no.
Munyai TB,
I vote no. Thank you.
Mutambi AF,
I vote no. Thank you.
Mvana NQ,
No.
Nalumango RS,
I vote no.
Ndaben Abrams ST, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalani NA,
No. I vote no.
Ndamase P,
No.
Nilmay HE,
No.
Nell AC,
I vote no.
Nemazinga Shabalala J,
I vote no.
Nkabani NP,
I
Nkabani
vote
NP,
no.
Nkopani NS,
Video is on. It is on.
But that was Pasia's gadget.
I
Deputy.
vote no.
Nkosi NE,
No. I vote
Nkosi,
no.
Nkosi VA,
My vote is no.
Nonsele M,
I vote no.
Ngola X,
I vote no.
Nchalinchali LL,
I vote no.
Nshaveni KPS,
I vote no.
Ntuli DR, Ntuli DR,
Dipuntuli, I'm voting no. No.
Ntuli M,
My vote is no. Thank you.
Zimande BE,
I vote no.
Mzuza NB.
I vote no.
Phahla MJ. Phahla MJ. Phiri CM.
No, Mchuchus. I vote no.
Polwani MB.
Tiagana, I vote no.
Lakis WTD.
No.
Pule DD. Pule DD. Ramaila KS.
Could we just go back on Minister Pule? You are muted.
Pule DD.
My vote is no, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Ramaila KS.
I vote no. Thank you.
Ramokopa ML.
Hi, Josephine.
I vote no. I vote no.
8549. Okay.
Ramokopa KD.
I vote no.
Ramulubeng KA.
I vote no.
Sangoni KLN.
It's a no from me.
Sapo L.
No.
Siabi AM. Siabi
No.
AM.
I vote
Siete.
no.
Siete MO.
Voting no.
Sikite M.
No.
Sikwati SC.
I vote no.
Silamulela SD.
What? I vote no. Yeah, it's fine.
Sine MM.
I vote no.
Shabangu FL.
It's a no.
Sibia NM.
It's a no.
Simelane TP.
No.
Siweya RT.
It's a no for me.
Skosana GJ.
I vote no.
Sokanyile T.
I vote no.
Sokopo MM.
I vote no.
Sompa Masiu NS.
I vote no.
Soku MM.
I vote no.
Subrati SI.
I vote no.
Swat B.
I vote no.
Tau MPF.
I vote no.
Tikana Kotiwe W.
I vote no.
Long KC.
I vote no. I vote no.
𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐝𝐵𝐿𝐻, NG. 𝐿𝐻, NG.
I vote no.
Yes.
𝐿𝐻𝐶, NT.
I vote no.
𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐻, PP. 𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐻, PP.
Please unmute an honourable member. Please unmute.
I vote no.
𝐾𝐿, ST. 𝐾𝐿, ST.
I vote no.
Zikalala, S.
I vote no.
Abrahams, ALA.
I'm voting no.
Alexander, WR.
I vote no.
Atkinson, PG.
I vote no.
Ocamp, WAS.
I vote no.
Honourable 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐨𝐵𝐸, could you please mute your microphone? Honourable 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐨𝐵𝐸𝐸.
Frame M.
No.
Baptier EV.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Bapti was thrown off the platform after the doors closed, so I'm voting no on his behalf.
Thank you. Honourable Chetty, please mute. Honourable Breitenbach, we will look into the matter, so we will just check Honourable Bapti if he was thrown afterwards, and then you, as Chief Whip, you may vote on his behalf.
Thank you.
Basson, LJ.
I vote no.
Bateman, AG.
I vote no.
Bath, EM.
I vote no.
Bergman, D.
I vote no.
Bloom, JB.
I vote no.
Botlani, TK.
No.
Ballman, NJ.
I vote no.
Breitenbach, G.
No.
Berg, MJ.
Voting against. So no.
Cameroon, I.
No.
Kasim, Y.
Honourable Speaker, the same applies to Honourable Kasim. He was thrown off after the doors closed. So he votes no.
Thank you.
Chance, RWT.
No.
JTM.
I vote no.
Christians, DC.
I vote no.
Christy, KA.
No.
Clark, MO. Clark, MO.
I vote no.
De Blok van Skeltinge, AD.
I vote no.
No.
De Villiers, JN.
No.
Engelbrecht, J.
No.
Isaac, F.
No.
Gondwe, MM. Is not there. Graham Murray, SJ.
I vote no.
Kwahube, S.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, again, Honourable Kwarube was chucked off after the doors closed, so she votes no.
Hatting, C.
No.
Horn, W.
No.
Hansinger, CHH.
I vote no.
Ismail, H.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Ismail was also thrown off after the doors closed, so she votes no.
Jordan, C.
No.
Khobisa, Ngaba, K.
I vote no.
𝐬𝐻𝐿.
I vote against. Thank you.
Khanyile, TA.
I vote no.
Klopper, DD.
I vote no.
Kola, D.
I vote no.
Kriye, HCC.
I vote no.
Labaskachni, C.
I vote no.
Leroux, KWD.
I vote no.
Lindet, E.
No.
Lorima, JRB.
No.
Mabena, TB.
I vote no.
McPherson, DW, sorry.
No.
Matikizela, BS.
No.
Malatsi, MS.
Vote no.
Mare, EJ.
No.
Masango, BS.
No.
Maseko, LM.
No.
Manier, DJ.
I vote no.
Mazone, NWA.
I vote no.
Mbiko, F.
I vote no.
Maglua, JJ.
I vote no.
Mdluli, MM.
I vote no.
Michalakis, G.
No.
Milham, KJ.
I vote no.
Moore, SJ.
I vote no.
PTL. PTL. The platform. Mayberg, NG.
No.
Nana, ME.
I vote no.
No data, BB.
Vote no.
Peach, WD.
I vote no.
Puli, CJ.
No.
Potgieter, LR.
No.
Powell, EL.
No.
Ramongalo, TR.
No.
Ross, AC.
No.
Sarupen, AN,
I vote no.
Schickling, L,
I vote no.
Schreiber, LA,
No.
Sitlolo, IS,
I vote no.
Sheriff, NK,
I vote no.
Shelembe, ML, Shelembe, ML, Singh, S,
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Singh was also thrown off the platform after the doors closed, so she votes no.
Sithole, RJ,
I vote against.
Smith, CFB,
I vote against. No.
Smith, R,
No.
Spies, ERJ,
No.
Steenhuisen, JH,
I vote no.
Van der Waard, D,
No.
Van Zyl, AM,
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Van Zyl was also thrown off the platform after the doors closed. She votes no.
Vilakazi, SG,
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Lonzi?
I want to check if after you have checked with the table, whether you report back to the House on these members. I mean, this is the 8th member now that we're being told is thrown out of the platform. That's an anomaly, even on technical terms. And someone losing network because they are on a flight doesn't count as Parliament throwing them out of the platform. They've left the meeting. So I'm counting. I just hope that after you have checked, you will come back to us.
Yes, I'm also counting. Thank you, Honorable Lonzi. We are checking as we go along, and I will definitely come back to you. Thank you.
Vilakazi, SG, Wakeling, KH,
Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐿, please mute your microphone. Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐿.
The grannies are misbehaving.
Honorable members, please mute your microphones. Honorable 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐿, thank you.
Wakeling, KH,
No.
Zondi, S,
I vote no.
Abada, ZS,
I vote yes.
Buthelezi, N,
I vote yes.
Cele, ZKA,
I vote yes.
Douglas, WM,
I vote yes. Thank you.
Gama, SI,
I vote yes.
Kamede, TI,
Chair, this is the member that I said was kicked out of the platform.
Okay.
Thank you. And are you voting on his behalf? We will check whether he was on or not.
Yes, Chair, he votes yes.
Thank you.
Kasa, MM,
I vote yes.
Kwabaza, NB,
I vote yes.
Hlophe, MJ,
Was also kicked out of the platform, Chair. He votes yes.
Kubeka, TTS,
I vote yes.
Kubukeli P.
I vote yes.
Litchfield Chabalala K.
Yebo, yes, that's my vote.
Madlala EK.
Ivoti lami liwuyebo.
Madlala KB.
I vote yes.
Mafachane MC.
Chair, I had mentioned before we started that I'll be voting on behalf of Comrade Mafachane. She votes yes.
Malinga JS. Malinga JS.
I vote yes.
Okay.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Manyi M.
I vote yes.
Matutu MJ.
Chair, he was kicked out of the platform. He votes yes.
Mbata MS. Mbata MS.
Yes.
Bele HH. Bele HH.
Yes, I vote yes.
Mkono G.
My vote is yes.
Mjadu TS.
I'm voting yes.
Mkhize P.
I vote yes.
Mkhize SW.
I vote yes.
Mkhize SP.
I had reported Chair. He votes yes.
Mkongi BM.
I vote yes.
Mlotshwa SN.
Yebo, yes, I vote yes.
Mngadi PP.
She was kicked out of the platform. Chair. She votes yes.
Mgqithama JA. Mgqithama JA.
Comrade Mutama, you're on mute.
Is he here? Okay, he's on the platform. Mgqithama JA.
Honourable member, please unmute your microphone. We see that you are on the platform.
Mohale IS.
I vote yes.
Mukwena Zondi SMN.
I vote yes.
Moodley SR.
Person, can you?
My vote is yes.
Okay. Mgqithama JA.
My vote is yes. Thank you.
Mutawung G.
It's an obvious one. It's a yes.
Motubatse MP.
I must vote yes. It's a yes.
Msezane MP.
The vote is yes, Mhlanga phambili.
Mthethwa ZE.
It's yes.
Mtolo JB.
Yes, thank you.
Mtweni NA.
Yes.
Muhammad MBB.
I'm struggling to get my camera on, but it's a yes.
Mwali SG.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Nchabeleng A.
The vote is yes, Chairperson.
Ngobese WQ.
My vote is yes, Chairperson.
Ngubane JS.
It's a yes, Chairperson.
Nkosi SI.
I vote yes.
Nomvalo S.
He votes yes, Chairperson. I had reported to the table.
Nchaba D. Nchaba
Yes.
D.
Yes.
Numalo NI.
It's a yes for me. Chair, it's a yes. Thank you.
Khadebe HM.
I vote yes.
Ready VG.
I'm sorry, Speaker, but you shouldn't have tried to protect this delinquent president. I vote.
Already, we couldn't hear what you're saying because you broke up, but please, yes, no, abstain.
Sorry, no. Am I audible?
You are audible now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are now.
I just said that, yes, I said, sorry, Speaker, but you should not have tried to protect this delinquent president. I vote yes.
Aisuka.
Silepe LD.
Is the yes, yebo.
Shangase LG.
I vote yes.
Shongwe CV.
I vote yes.
Skosana DM.
I vote yes.
Taibosh G.
It's a yes. Yes.
Temba 80.
I vote yes.
Van Rooyen DDD.
I vote yes.
Zuma BES.
I vote yes.
𝐼𝐶.
I vote yes.
Lose MP. Lose MP. Member is online currently.
Please unmute Honorable Blose.
Technology.
Honorable Blose, we see that you are online, but can you please just unmute?
The vote is yes, Deputy Speaker.
Chirwa Bungose NN.
I vote yes, Speaker.
Diale BK. Diale BK.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. She was online. She got kicked off. She's voting a definite yes.
Dlamini M.
I vote yes.
Qilishe S.
I vote yes, Speaker.
Kaula MS.
She voted yes. She was kicked out by the system.
We'll check. 𝐾𝐨𝐧'𝐭 M.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Komane LM.
Was kicked out by the system. He votes yes.
MS.
I vote yes. Komani. Thank you.
I vote yes.
Lonzi S.
Yes.
Lola PR.
She was kicked out. She votes yes.
Malema JS.
I'm voting yes.
Mananga L. Apologies for the pronunciation. Mananga L.
Thank you, Speaker. It is a yes from me.
Mawotwe OMC.
It's a definite yes.
Mare P.
Yes.
Mashabela NR.
Yes, Speaker.
Matulelwa B.
I vote yes, Deputy Speaker.
Matthias L.
I vote yes, Chair.
Matthias NS.
He was kicked out. He votes yes.
Matiwane C.
Makambi ngalo mzuzu.
Mendenkuna NV.
I vote yes.
Mhlongo NM.
Ngivota yebo lomkhulu.
Mkalipi HO.
Oh, yes, I vote yes, definitely. Deputy Speaker, yes.
Mohale TP.
I vote yes.
Moshala MR.
Yes.
Mokwele TJ.
Kya dumellana?
Mthethwa E.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Niehaus CG.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I vote yes. Ya, yebo.
Noluchungu NJ.
I vote yes.
Tlangwini EN.
I vote yes.
Pambo V.
I vote yes.
Paulson MN.
Extemia.
Shikwambana M.
I vote yes.
Tafeni N.
I vote yes.
Tambo S.
I vote yes.
Tembekwayo SS.
I vote yes.
Tito LF.
I vote yes.
Buthelezi EM.
I'm voting against. Was I audible? Yeah, I'm voting against.
Okay, thanks. Buthelezi NZ. Buthelezi NZ. Xabekhulu RN.
I'm voting no. Huh? What's going on here? Can you hear my voice? I'm voting no.
Adebe NM.
I vote no.
Sabisa VF.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Honorable Hlabisa and Honorable NZ Buthelezi got kicked out and they vote no.
𝐾𝐨𝐵𝐿 M.
No.
Langa TM. Langa TM.
Honorable 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, could you please just mute your mic?
No.
Luthuli BN. Luthuli BN.
I vote no.
Machi BE.
I vote no.
Majozi Z. Majozi Z.
Vote no.
Mhlongo NH.
I vote no.
Mwango MA. Mwango MA. Ngobo SL.
Vote no.
Ngobese AK.
I vote no, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Sing N.
No.
Van der Merwe LL.
It's a big no from me. Thank you.
Zondo SS.
Effect no.
Bason JA. Bason JA.
Madam Speaker, she was on the platform. She's voting no.
Sorry, I'm here, Madam Speaker. I'm voting no.
Daniels MV.
Honorable House Chair, absolutely no, we cannot support the EFF's motion.
Hendricks.
Just vote. Stop talking.
You can't tell me what to do. Talk there to the delinquent.
Honorable members.
I'm telling you, there's nothing that you can do.
Delinquent to the
The man has anger issues. Deputy Speaker, you see, anger issues. He thinks we are scared of him. He's got
Who started this?
He started it. Honorable Speaker.
Just a fool.
We are saying, oh my colors.
You think we belong to his gangs of six, of seven, or whatnot? We're not part of the gangs.
You think they're better than everyone.
Shut up.
This man has anger issues. Speaker. He thinks we are scared of him because he runs
into the four corners soon.
You must be tested, Wena. You must be tested. You are high on something.
Yeah, you full of not well,
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
We have lost the battle.
we can't have
You Daniels, you are high
people
on
with their
something.
fathers. He must withdraw that thing.
We can't have
This is not his house. It's not his tavern.
Deputy Speaker, can you protect us, please?
Withdrawal symptoms as he's sitting there.
Deputy Speaker, this is not tavern of Julius Malema. Can't be insulting people with their fathers there.
Deputy Speaker, can you take control of the house, please?
Deputy Speaker, you are collapsing this house because you are afraid of PA members.
You are muted, Deputy Speaker. We can't hear you. Just address this delinquent.
Yeah, you are not afraid of you, man. You have been chased.
I don't blame you, Speaker. I too will be afraid of. Why are you muting us and you're muting that of PA? You are afraid of PA. You are busy muting us. Why?
These amperbars think that is clever more than
you.
All of you combined, we are not scared of you.
Why are you muting us and you are afraid?
Speaker, you must conduct online drug tests here.
Your staff members are problematic.
You are in contempt, and honorable, please remove the honorable.
Attend to that town.
We are not scared of
Why are you attending to
anything. We are not scared of anything.
Speaker, you are afraid of that gangster of PA, but we're not afraid.
Never.
That guy is down.
The honorable Daniel.
Our president. You must not disrespect our president.
Honorable
President,
Managa.
Aibo. Test Malema.
Honorable Daniels. Could we please remove Honorable Daniels? Thank you. Honorable Wessels. Honorable Wessels, your hand is raised. Is that a point of order? Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I couldn't unmute. Deputy Speaker, this is completely unacceptable, and I request you to refer the members that have acted in such a gross, disorderly fashion to the Powers and Privileges Committee. This is unacceptable, and I plead with you to use your powers to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wessels. That will indeed be considered. Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We welcome the removal of Honorable Daniels. It's long overdue. Actually, you sending him out is not enough. Let's send him to a rehabilitation center.
Honorable
Really, he needs to
Mautwe.
be rehabilitated. This is uncalled for.
I have now dealt with the matter. Honorable Van Wyk.
Speaker, it can be correct. I'm rising on the rule of 84. It can be correct that each and every time we are being insulted here, and then you allow it, Speaker. We have been called names, we are drug addicts. Even one of
Honorable
our children of an honorable member was called to say that they hope
Honorable
that he
Van Wyk,
doesn't
I have
receive
now dealt with the
drugs.
matter. You are not
Can you
going to
please
debate
deal
the
with that
matter
as
now.
well? And why
Honorable
are you
Van Wyk,
removing Honorable
I
Daniels?
have now dealt with the matter. You are also now in contempt. Honorable Van Wyk, we are now proceeding with the vote.
hendricks,
That's a no, Deputy Speaker.
JT.
J vote no.
Mackenzie, G.
Biabaslist near.
Mhlanga, ML.
Near.
Mhlanga, ML.
No.
Please unmute your microphone, Honorable Member.
Cha angivumi.
Peters, S.
Ek vote nee.
Souls, AQ.
I vote no. Thank you.
Van Wyk, SHM.
Ek vote neer teen nonsense. Thank you.
Boshoff, WJ.
No, Deputy Speaker, no. It is not parliamentary to say nonsense. Can that honorable member please withdraw?
Honorable Mautwe, we will proceed. That is not a point of order. We will now proceed.
Deputy Speaker, you overheard him say nonsense. How is that not unparliamentary?
Honorable Member, I'm not
Honorable
ruling-
Speaker, they've been doing this for 10 years before the PA arrived.
Honorable
disrupting.
members.
We are here now.
Honorable Minister and Honorable Hendricks. Honorable members, you are now also in contempt. We will now proceed with the voting.
Boshoff, WJ.
Maar jong minister, ek stem nee.
Jenner, H.
Nee.
Groenewald, PJ.
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Groenewald was kicked out. He was on the platform, but he was kicked out. He votes no.
Elder, CP.
The same Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mulder was on the platform, but he was kicked out recently. He votes no.
Van Staden, PA.
Ek stem nee, adjunct speaker, dankie.
Wessels, WW.
I vote no.
Beasley, AD.
I vote no.
James, DE.
I vote no.
𝐾𝐨𝐽, MP.
I vote no.
𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐾𝐿, TKS.
I vote no.
Ngobeni, LM.
I vote no.
Trolip, RAP.
I vote no.
Meshwe, KRJ.
I vote yes.
Swart, SN.
I vote yes.
Thring, WM.
The speaker has indicated Mr. Thring was on the platform but had to catch a plane and therefore he had to leave the platform. Thank you.
Are you voting? Okay.
He would have voted yes, but I think the fact that he left the platform would disqualify him from voting.
Correct.
Olomisa, BH. Olomisa, BH. 𝐾𝐭, NLS. 𝐾𝐭, NLS. Nontenja, CT.
Voting no.
Ana, SM.
No.
Zibi, SS.
Voting no.
Hlazo Webster, NL.
Voting no.
Maimane, MA.
Voting no.
Mahau, TL.
Voting yes.
Sungula, V.
I vote yes.
Hendricks, MGE.
I vote no.
Ismail Musa, I.
Thank you. I vote no.
Frenchman.
Viva Toko.
Frenchman, S.
Yes.
Nyonso, M.
I vote no.
Mahlatsi, LW.
I, Lehlohonolo Bantu Wanda Masadzi, vote yes.
Delil, P.
I vote yes. Sorry.
You already voted.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. I vote no. Thank you.
Your conscience was speaking to you.
Honourable members, we will now check whether there are any members who have not voted, who are on the platform that we have skipped. I think that we have covered everyone, but if you can just give us a moment so that we can just check with the table if there are any outstanding names. There are two members that were on the platform, but we could not hear them, so we will just call their names out again.
Ligaraba, LE, or Ligaraba, LE.
No.
Makubela, LS.
Deputy Speaker, can you allow me to come in?
I vote
She's there.
no.
Thank you, Honorable Ntuli. You can now proceed.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to indicate that those members were on the platform but didn't vote, but I'm fine now.
Thank you, Honorable Ismail Musa.
Yes, our leader of the party, I haven't heard his name called out.
We have
The
called his
Honourable
name. He has
Deputy.
voted. He has voted.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming, Honourable Chair.
Is there anyone else that we have skipped? We will now check with the list that we have, where the people who were kicked off the system were indeed logged on when the doors closed. Honourable members, the voting session is now closed and we will now check all the names against those who were present or not. Honourable 𝐬𝐻𝐿.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You have removed members of the EFF without giving prior notice. With Honorable Daniels, you did caution him, but the members of the EFF were removed without any prior notice. Can you please reinstate them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That matter can be taken up later. It is not now the time to deal with the matter. If there are any objections to my removal, there is a process that needs to be followed where an objection can be raised. So the voting session is now closed. We will now tally the votes. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Our Chief Whip raised a point of order with you, and you were rather dismissive, Deputy Speaker. You do understand the processes that if you are removing a member from the platform that you need to indicate so, and you did it. So we're asking you for an explanation. Obviously, if we don't agree with it, then we'll take it up on other platforms. But you haven't told us why you removed them without informing them as you did with Honorable Daniels. So that's all our Chief Whip is asking, and you've been so dismissive.
Indeed, Honorable Matthys, I have indicated that if the Honorable Member is not happy with my removal, there are processes that can be followed. I need not give an explanation right now. Any ruling, as is in the rule book, may be challenged afterwards, not during the plenary. So that
Chair,
we're
not, okay, but Deputy Chair, we're not challenging the ruling. We are asking why you did not inform us that you were removing our members. That's all we are saying. Whether you're not telling us, and you understand that very well, Deputy Speaker, that you have to say, we are removing so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so from the platform. You only did it with Honorable Daniels. That's all we're asking, why you did not do that with our members and you did it with Daniels.
That is a
the
matter
reason
of
you did
debate.
it.
Honourable
No, but it's
Matthys,
not. You did,
that is a
Deputy
matter
Speaker.
of
It's not a
debate,
debate. You
and
didn't. We were shocked.
Honourable
We didn't
Matthys, you
know.
are now also out of order. That was
I'm
my
not out
reason.
of order. You out of
And it
order.
will-
I'll go
Honourable
off.
Matthys, all of this will be in a report to the office of the Speaker, from which it will be referred to the relevant body, whether it be the disciplinary committee, whether it be the powers and privileges committee. Whenever a member is removed, a report must be submitted, which is what I will do.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
I cannot see any hands raised, so I cannot.
It's me, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Maltwe, I am now at the point where I want to give the result. So I
Yeah.
with that.
I understand that, Deputy Speaker. Maybe you are tired. It's been a long day, we understand. But Deputy Speaker, the point that is being raised is, can you give us reasons why they were removed? It's not about writing the report. It's not about anything. Is there a reason? You outlined the reason why you're removing Honorable Daniels, and you have not done the same with our members.
There is absolutely no requirement for me to indicate to you the reasons why I have removed the members.
They were
There will
disruptive.
be,
You were right, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Piri, I have also not recognized you. I will now give the results of the motion. Those in favour of the motion, 101. Those against the motion, 282. The motion is therefore not agreed to. Honourable members, I will now recognise the Chief Whip. Honourable Ntuli.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. You are recognizing me on the next item on the agenda, or you are recognizing me on the basis of how I'm a bit lost.
No, my apologies. I'm jumping the gun. So the
For
first
celebrations.
Honourable members, we now proceed with the order list. The first order of the day is the consideration of the report.
Can
of
the voting
Standing
cows be
Committee on-
released from prison now?
It can be the first
I
order,
did not-
Deputy
I did
Speaker.
not recognize you, neither did I recognize you, Honourable Maltwe. The results will indeed be released, and it will be in the minutes of the plenary with the names, which will be available. The first order of the day is the consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on oversight visit to the South African Revenue Services National Operations Command Centre in Tshwane on the 30th of April 2026. And I have now the Honourable Masangwani.
Deputy Speaker, can I disrupt you for a second?
Yes, you may.
The reason I was raising my hand, and my apology for that, I wanted to request you that the table should then readmit all members who have been out of the platform when we are voting. Thanks.
Yes, that will be done. We will now proceed. The Honourable Maswanganyi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Ministers, Honourable Members of the House. I hereby table the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the oversight visit to SARS on the 30th of April 2026. On 30th April 2026, SCOF undertook an oversight visit to SARS data center. The main purpose of the visit was to obtain insight into revenue administration and compliance, the illicit economy, and the day-to-day activities of the National Ops Center. SARS is one of the most critical organs of state because it funds the South African government and sustains the national economy. The visit formed part of the committee's approved program and followed earlier parliamentary engagements with SARS during BRRR process, the budget vote process, and consideration of SARS annual performance plan. The program for the visit identified the focus areas as revenue administration, compliance, digital transformation, the illicit economy, and the data processing center. The visit was intended to enable the committee to exercise oversight over SARS operational systems and institutional capabilities in relation to revenue collection, compliance enforcement, digital administration, and enforcement functions, and to observe the extent to which these support the effective discharge of SARS statutory responsibilities. During the oversight visit on 30th April, SARS presented its mandate and institutional role in democratic South Africa. SARS also presented its strategic playbook for the next phase of institutional development. The committee was informed that SARS Vision 2030 seeks to build a smart, modern SARS with unquestionable integrity that is trusted and admired. SARS also presented the committee with the next phase of its digital transformation agenda. SARS also briefed the committee on what it described as South Africa's illicit economy crisis. The committee was informed that this has led to the establishment of the National Illicit Economy Disruption Program. SARS referred in this regard to the State of the Nation address delivered by President Ramaphosa on 12 February 2026, in which he stated that government was establishing a National Illicit Economy Disruption Program, bringing together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector, and that high-risk sectors such as tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and other counterfeit goods will be targeted through the effective use of data analytics and artificial intelligence. The committee acknowledges and welcomes the additional funding allocated to SARS by the Minister of Finance. The committee considered this additional support necessary in view of SARS' central role in revenue collection, customs administration, compliance enforcement, digital modernization, and the fight against the illicit economy. The committee again recommends that National Treasury should continue to provide SARS with adequate, predictable, and appropriately structured funding for this institution to discharge its mandate effectively. The committee also recommended that SARS, the Border Management Authority, and the relevant departments finalize an interagency governance operating frameworks for the Smart Border Reform Program before the operating arrangements for the border public-private partnerships are concluded. The committee welcomes SARS' continued digital transformation and modernization. The committee notes the machine learning automated assessment, pre-populated returns, artificial intelligence detection models, and a real-time operational dashboards have become central to taxpayer service, compliance, risk management, enforcement. The committee, nevertheless, observes that the increasing reliance on artificial intelligence, integrated taxpayer data, and automated decision-making requires strong governance, cybersecurity, and accumulation safeguards. The committee therefore recommends that SARS strengthen its taxpayer education and service access programs in rural and underserviced areas. I therefore move that the report be adopted. Honorable
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The MK.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. MK concurs with the assertion that the work of SARS should be understood not merely as tax collection in a narrow administrative sense, but as part of the state's broader constitutional and developmental architecture. SARS is an institution whose work must have a transformational impact on the well-being of the lives of people, especially the most vulnerable, by enabling the state to fund public services and developmental programs. It is our submission as MK Party that in its current form, SARS is not in a position to fully discharge its noble mandate. We note the presented historical revenue and taxpayer register data showing the growth of tax administration over time. Unfortunately, Chairperson, the austerity-driven funding model limits SARS revenue generation capacity. Also, the ambiguous and confused relationship between SARS and the Border Management Authority, where SARS presents itself as holding statutory custom authority, while the Border Management Authority claimed operational primacy at the port. This relationship between the two, where overlapping mandates were created and duplicated, and have definitely caused a lot of gaps that are exploited by syndicates. The relationship between the Border Management Authority and the South African National Defence Force, where the absence of structured handover protocols from borderline interceptions to port enforcement create a major gap, which is also exploited by criminal syndicates. And the relationship between SARS and the Department of Home Affairs, where separate immigration and customs systems are slowing processes, enable identity fraud and weak trade abuse detection. During this oversight visit, a critical question was posed. Given the progress reported on SARS' digital transformation agenda, how did all this transformation progress fail to detect what happened at Palapala? How did Palapala crime survive SARS scrutiny? SARS failed to respond, and we hope they will be able to account to the nation when brought before the impeachment committee. Chairperson, if anything, this report confirms that SARS is selectively and not optimally used to execute its mandate. The report is more of a compliance exercise that lacks drastic and radical resolutions needed to transform our revenue enhancement effort, and it doesn't deserve MK Party support. We reject it and urge all voters to continue punishing GNU by voting MK Party in the coming local government election. It is only MK Party that will introduce more effective SARS. SARS that is not going to be afraid of white capital. SARS that is not going to victimize vulnerable emerging black businesses. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, while we were unable to form part of the oversight visit to the South African Revenue Services, we're happy that the recommendations proposed coming out of the visit are exactly what we've always been saying. We welcome the recognition that SARS needs additional funding as it continues with the successful rebuilding in the post-state capture era, modernization and digital transformation, and flagship projects that seek to consolidate revenue collection. However, we must remind our colleagues in the Standing Committee of Finance and the National Assembly that it is not the Minister of Finance who allocates additional funding to SARS. It is this Parliament. It will not be National Treasury that gives SARS funding. It is this Parliament that must take a decisive step and fund SARS to maximum capacity. When SARS is maximally funded, it is our democracy that will benefit. It is the South African society that will benefit. But it is also the tax leakages that need SARS maximum attention and the people engaged in aggressive tax avoidance who need to be confronted. To do this, a piecemeal funding approach will not yield the results that we want. We as Parliament must fund SARS, not National Treasury, not the Minister of Finance. And that is how money bills actually work. House Chair, the issue of fragmentation and mandate tension between the SARS, Border Management Authority, and other departments involved in border management is self-inflicted and unnecessary. We have to go back and look at the legislation that established the Border Management Authority because as it stands, it is both impeding the work and costing taxpayers money. While people are paid ridiculously high salaries at the top, but workers are removed from permanent positions into contract work through outsourcing and labor brokering. This is why they wanted to create the BMA over and above the abuse of weak border controls to smuggle goods into our republic. We agreed with the recommendation that the idea of public-private partnerships will not solve the challenges facing South Africa with regard to border management. No one must profit from border management. This is a matter of national economic security and our sovereignty as a country. Lastly, House Chair, we must admit that in the past 10 years, while SARS has made progress in terms of institutional rebuilding, it has failed to resolve aggressive tax avoidance by multinationals. Hence, its focus now on what we consider small-scale aggressive tax avoidance. But the solution is not with SARS, House Chair. It is with us as members of Parliament to fix the law. We are lawmakers and we must make the laws that will make this country to run smoothly. The EFF supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Effective revenue administration is essential to the state's ability to fund public services and support economic development. We note the 1.6 trillion in additional revenue raised between 2019 and 2026, which demonstrates the importance of investing in a capable and effective SARS. However, these gains must be protected through adequate funding, sound administration, and clear accountability. Concerns regarding fragmented border mandates, information sharing, and consequence management reinforce the need for effective implementation of the Smart Border Reform Program and responsible stewardship of public resources. As SARS expands use of digital systems and artificial intelligence, strong safeguards for taxpayer information, cybersecurity, and accountability must also be maintained. The IFP supports stronger taxpayer education and access to services, particularly in rural and underserved communities, so that compliance is made easier and no taxpayer is left behind. The IFP believes that effective oversight must be matched by effective implementation. We therefore support this report and reaffirm our commitment to capable institutions, accountable governance, and ensuring that public resources serve the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the PA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The Patriotic Alliance rises to support the consideration of the Standing Committee on Finance's report on its oversight visit to the SARS National Operations Command Centre in Tshwane. This report is more than a procedural entry. It is a clear indicator of where our revenue administration stands and where it must urgently go. The committee's visit showed that SARS is steadily rebuilding its institutional strength. The command center demonstrates improved digital systems, better data analytics, and a renewed focus on compliance and enforcement. These are encouraging signs of an institution recovering from years of instability and governance failures. But Honourable House Chair, the PA must stress a critical point. The illicit economy remains one of the greatest threats to the South Africa's fiscal health. Criminal networks are organized, well-resourced, and increasingly sophisticated. Technology alone cannot defeat them. SARS needs sustained investment, specialized skills, and stronger coordination with law enforcement and intelligence agencies. We cannot expect world-class results from an institution that is asked to do more with less. The oversight visit also highlighted the importance of protecting the data processing center, the nerve center of taxpayer information. Strengthening this infrastructure is essential for safeguarding the integrity of our revenue system and ensuring that every rand due to the state is collected. Honourable House Chair, the Patriotic Alliance supports this report because it aligns our core belief: a strong, well-resourced SARS protects the poor, strengthens the fiscus, and ensures that public money reaches the communities it is meant to serve. When we close the taps of the illicit economy, we open the taps of opportunity for our people. The PA therefore calls for continued modernization, enhanced enforcement capacity, and a whole-of-government approach to revenue protection. South Africa cannot afford leakages, loopholes, or lax enforcement. We must build a revenue service that is fair, firm, and fearless. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will now recognize the FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
House Chair, the oversight visit to SARS National Command Centre has been a highlight of my time as a Member of Parliament. That visit demonstrated something important. Competence, professionalism, and innovation can be hallmarks of South Africa's public service. When the right political leadership is applied, when institutions are properly managed, and when capable officials are given the resources they need, our state can deliver. Action SA was the first political party to call for additional funding to properly resource and capacitate SARS. What we saw during this oversight visit vindicates that position. And importantly, we are no longer alone in this call. Parties across this House are now calling for greater funding for SARS. That growing consensus is welcome. But we must be clear about why this matters. South Africa has a cancerous illicit economy that deprives the fiscus of billions, undermines legitimate businesses, and fuels organized crime. If we are serious about confronting it, SARS must have the resources, technology, personnel, and institutional capacity to do so. Properly funding and capacitating SARS is therefore not simply an investment in tax collection. It is an investment in the integrity of our economy, in the sustainability of public finances, and the fight against the illicit economy. Action SA will continue to advocate for a SARS that is properly funded, properly capacitated, and empowered to do the job that South Africans expect of it. Action SA supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable David, can you please mute? Honourable David. Honourable Davids, can you please mute?
Good, you managed.
Speaker, and let me thank colleagues who made constructive contribution. We really are shocked by how others want to take this matter forward, because this is very simple. The Constitutional Court says to you, you must go and do impeachment committee. And that decision you take, and then you hand over to the president